Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. On June 25th, 2022, Pedro Jimenez was murdered. He was murdered by his 9-year relationship, his spouse, his wife, his defendant, Daisy Link. Earlier that day, Pedro Jimenez was picked up by friends. Miss Link knew that. And he went over there and was there for a very long time. And that made Miss Link angry. He wasn't home. He wasn't spending time with her or his children. He was with friends. He's a trucker. He's never home. Why aren't you spending time with me? Her mother's there. Her children are home. Her mother flew in for a barbecue. Why aren't you spending time with me? And so what does she tell her mother? I'm going to go pick this idiot up. He's probably drunk off his ass. And she goes. She's not afraid. She goes there, unafraid, uninvited. And she waits outside, and minutes pass. And she asks Pedro, "Where are you?" And he doesn't respond. And so she goes inside to look for him, unafraid, not scared, uninvited. And she sees him, and he says, I'm coming. And she pulls him out of the house and takes him home. Their home. Not her home, but their home. And then they go and get beer. And they continue acting like a family, a toxic family. No doubt about that. We were the first ones to tell you it was a toxic family. We're the first ones to speak. We're the last ones to speak. It is our burden. But we were very upfront with you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is a toxic relationship. Two people that should have never been together. Ms. Link said Pedro Jimenez was a good guy. I disagree. I don't think he was a good guy. But he didn't deserve to be murdered that day. And so they fight. Why? Because Pedro has his suspicions. He accuses her of cheating. He's never home. This is his wife of 9 years. And he accuses her of cheating. And she denies it. And they continue fighting. And then he backs off. And he accuses her again. And they fight about that. And then he backs off. And they continue fighting. Over and over again. Until Pedro gives up and leaves. Miss Link already had the gun at that point. And she goes outside to smoke her cigarette. And Pedro comes home. And she sees him. And she says, you know what? I'm done with this. You're never home. You're not around our kids. My mom's here for a barbecue. Which, mind you, happened earlier that day that he missed. You know what? You're right. I did cheat on you. And what does Pedro say? She's holding the gun at that point. He says, as she's pointing the gun at him, do it. Do it then. I want to die. I gave you everything. His voice drops, and he turns and starts walking away. And then he realizes, as the gun is pointing at him, that Miss Link is serious this time. We heard that they were a toxic relationship. He hit her just like she hit him. And he started to run. And she fired. And it went through his foot in an upward manner through his thigh, hitting his ephemeral artery. Pedro had cocaine in his system, yes. He had alcohol in his system, yes. He had marijuana in his system, yes. But we heard from Dr. Mathis that coke actually kept him alive. He would have died faster. And so what does Daisy do? She mocks him, belittles him. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine. A couple seconds pass. As he's running away, fleeing from her, he's the one in fear. You sure you don't want to go to hospital? No? Okay. And then she tosses the gun. She goes back to where she shot and she picked up the casing that was never found.
Objection, fact not in evidence.
So this is argument of what the lawyers believe the evidence showed you. You should rely on your memory of what the evidence was. You can continue.
And then Daisy realizes, wait, my neighbors heard that gunshot. Let me go see where Pedro is. And she goes looking for him. And she doesn't call 911. And she finds him. And he's laying on the ground. He had been running, hiding in bushes, scared. And she finds him. And what does she do? She goes up to his body as he lies there dying, begging for help, asking her, pleading her, call 911.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
And she goes through his pockets, takes his phone, takes his identification, and walks back to the car. And she hides that stuff because she doesn't want anyone to know who he is. Because if they find out who he is, they'll figure out she was the shooter. And so finally she walks back and starts rendering aid because she realizes what's about to happen. He's about to die. And so that is the time that she calls 911. And she lies to the 911 operator. She says, I have no idea who this person is, despite being married to him for 9 years. I don't know what his date of birth is. I don't know how old he is, despite being married for 9 years. I just found this random man. I was walking around in the alley, despite being married to this man for 9 years. Officers arrive, and she asks, Pedro, what happened? What the fuck happened? She knew, and she lied, and she lied, and she lied. Officers were kind to her. They let her go back to the home. This is a spouse. She's scared. They didn't know what was going on at that time until Detective Danny Morales shows up, seasoned homicide detective, and he sees a woman in the middle of the area. He doesn't know who she is, and he approaches her, and she becomes aggressive. In fact, that night she threw a chair at him. And so he detains her, and as he detains her, as he pats her down, trying to calm her down, trying to get a hold of the situation, she starts hiding the keys in her pocket. The keys of that same Chevrolet Trax with Pedro's stuff in it that would identify him, that would link her to this crime. Eventually, they bring her to the homicide headquarters. She never denies that they lived together, never denies that he lived there, never denies their relationship. Changes her story over and over and over again. Listen to it. It's an hour and a half long. An hour and a half of changing statements, of changing stories, giving more detail, taking that detail back. We gave you a transcript as well. Read it over. She changes her story over and over and over again. Officers find a firearm, that same firearm that belongs to her. The same firearm that she used to kill Pedro. And that night they arrest her, but that's not where their investigation ends, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. They continue investigating. They find surveillance video that disproves what Daisy Link was saying, that shows Pedro fleeing, hiding, in fear. And they take it back and they try to download it. And because of the program, when it gets plugged back in, it gets deleted. And that's a shame. But it wasn't deleted on purpose. We heard the steps that they took to preserve that evidence. And old technology is old technology. But this defendant murdered Pedro Jimenez that night. So as we heard jury instructions read to you earlier, there are some rules of deliberation about how you should weigh the evidence in this case. And I want to walk through these 8 rules with you all and talk about the state's witnesses first. and how you should weigh this evidence. Number one, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Yes. Every single state witness was personally involved in this case, or was there the night of the murder, investigated the case, talked about what they did. Each and every state witness didn't say, well, I wasn't there, I don't know what was going on. Everyone was there. Every state witness testified to that. Kevin Bonilla was at the house when Daisy showed up and walked inside to go pick Pedro up. All the detectives were on scene. Canine officers who found firearm. Everyone there saw and testified to what they did. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Yes, they did. It's 3 years ago, sure. But they remembered what they did. They remembered their investigations. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Yes. This is a trial. There are objections. Some are sustained, some are overruled. Absolutely. But not a single state witness gave a sarcastic comment. Not a single state witness argued. Everyone was very candid with what they did, what they didn't, what they remembered, and they were honest and straightforward the entire time. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? No. 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 Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in this case? Absolutely it does. And we'll walk through the evidence in a few moments, but absolutely it does. Each step officers took agreed with the next step. They talked about how homicide teams work in teams, that there is a lead. That lead gives assignments. The blood trail is consistent with the video that Mr. Cisneros saw, that Detective Morales saw, that Detective Hubbard saw. It's all consistent. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? No, we heard nothing of that. Nothing. Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? No, we heard nothing of that. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Not really, no. They weren't handed a deposition transcript saying, didn't you say this a couple of years ago? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So when you're viewing the state's evidence, use these rules. When you're thinking about the state's witnesses, use these rules. Importantly, as we heard, as I talked about, as we have all talked about, my burden in this case, I have to prove this case to you. It is my job and my job alone to prove this case. My burden is a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. That is my burden. Just like we talked about in jury selection. If it's wet outside and we heard thunder and it's wet for miles and miles and miles, it is reasonable to believe that it rained. It is not reasonable. We have to imagine, speculate, force ourselves. Pretend that a fire truck came and sprayed it for miles and miles and miles. That doesn't happen. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from evidence, conflict of the evidence, or lack thereof evidence. And that's a really important point. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, as the judge read, as you have in your hands, second-degree murder, and we talked about this in a little bit during jury selection. What do I actually have to prove? What are the elements of second-degree murder? Number one, Pedro Jimenez is dead. Number two, the death was caused by the criminal act of Deja Blank. And number three, there was an unlawful killing of Pedro Jimenez by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a deprived mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design and purpose. An act is imminently dangerous and demonstrating a deprived mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. And importantly, I do not have to prove intent that she wanted to kill him that night. If it meets those three elements, in order to convict of a second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had the intent to cause death. Merely these three elements. So let's talk about these three elements and how the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt these three elements. The first, as you heard, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there is a stipulation in this case. Pedro Jimenez is dead. There is no disagreement there, and you must take that as true. So the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the first element. We're a third of the way there already. 2 and 3, the death was caused by the criminal act of Daisy Link, and there was an unlawful killing of Pedro Jimenez by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a deprived mind without regard for human life. I'm going to take these two together. I think it's important to talk about these two together. And importantly, we talk about it. There was a lot of testimony about what the timeline is, when they found a gun, when they didn't find a gun, when Daisy admitted to the crime. The timeline is really important. June 25th at 3:06 a.m. A Ring video starts recording. At 3:11, a gunshot is heard. Daisy tells Pedro, "It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine." Couple beats. "You sure you don't want to go to the hospital?" "No, okay." No fear, no adrenaline like she testified to, nothing. Calm as a cucumber. If you pay attention closely to the right-hand side, you actually see Pedro fleeing. Adrenaline, fear. Nothing. Cavalier attitude. Anger, hatred. Pissed off as hell. Not adrenaline, calm. And discuss Pedro's statement before she shoots. Do it, do it. I want to die. I gave you everything. That is a man who is broken by his wife of 9 years. It is not him charging at her. It is not him screaming at her. This isn't an assisted suicide. This is, you're pointing a gun at me. Nobody says, do it, I want to die, while there's a gun below you, hanging off the side. This is a man who has a gun in his face, steps away from this defendant. Do it then, do it. I want to die. I gave you everything. You broke my heart. You just told me you're cheating on me. This is a toxic relationship with domestic violence going back and forth. And you know what Miss Link did? She lit a match and lit that fire that night because she wanted this relationship to be over. And this was the best way to do it. This was a broken man. Maybe a drug addict, never home, not really seeing his kids all that much. A broken man. He just found out that his wife was confirming his suspicions the entire time. 3:21, 10 minutes pass. Daisy Link calls 911 and lies about who he is, who she is, everything else.
Today, June 25, 2022, 03:21 and 57 seconds.
I am in that concern fire, what is the emergency? Right, yeah, I don't know, I can hear about freaking, that's the house, just what you were. Okay, so I don't know what you're, traffic wants to see where you are. Do you know what happened to him?
I have no idea. He's bleeding everywhere.
Is he awake and breathing? And let's place you at 1300. 1 my waist down like. Where? Where? Are you in Homestead now? Yes. What is the phone number you're calling from? 7656-09-29. So that you get home, police, fire, is already from.
Lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. 3:27, 6 minutes. 6 minutes after she calls 911, Officer Nicholson arrives first on scene, and she lies to him. And what does she say to Pedro, despite knowing exactly what happened? Pedro, what the fuck happened? She knows. She shot him. She pointed the gun at him and discharged it as he ran away. What the fuck happened, Pedro? I shot you is what the fuck happened. Officer Nicholson asked, Pedro, what happened? And she says, if you listen closely, I hit a major artery. Listen to it carefully. This is his body worn camera. She says, I hit a major artery. That's an admission, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. She shot and fired. And it links up directly to her statement earlier, where she mocked him. It's not like I hit a major artery. She knew what she was doing. She was aiming that gun on purpose. This is not a ricochet. It didn't hit the ground, bounce up. She shot it at him as he fled. We actually see Pedro Jimenez's last breaths ever. We watch him die. His last moments on earth. His wife pretends he didn't know that she murdered. Victim pronounced deceased at 3:40 a.m. Officer Rodriguez speaks to the defendant, who again lies to him. He left in a van. I don't know who his friends are, despite going there earlier in the day and picking him up. The van that officers wasted precious time searching for. She sent them on a wild goose chase. Later on, homicide detectives arrive. 5:40. 6:30. Daisy's sister shows up and says, well, if he's dead, Daisy did it. She knew. She knew. But she knew that it was a toxic relationship. She knew that Daisy hit Pedro and Pedro hit Daisy. That Daisy was going to light a match eventually. She knew. Between 6:50 and 8:30, detective crews canvass the scene of Pedro's murder. They walk the scene, they take photographs, they try to figure out piece by piece what's going on. They don't find a gun. 9:20 a.m. when the defendant enters the room. That's how aggressive she is. I'm not putting that shit on. Covered in blood. Angry.
If there's no one on the person, I gotta see for that,
I'm not putting that shit on. She even goes on to say at 3:52 in that hour and a half video that you have in evidence, why are you treating me like I did this? Why are you taking pictures of me like I did it to him? She says at 4:08, the bruises are from a car accident, which she confirmed, by the way, on the stand when I was cross-examining her yesterday. She says the bruises don't apply to this, trying to make it seem like he would hit me. Lie after lie after lie after lie. At 12:27, canines locate a firearm. I'm sorry. At 12:27, a residential search warrant is executed for Daisy and Pedro's home. And what do they find, ladies and gentlemen? Look closely. Men's shoes, men's clothing, adult men's clothing. Pedro lived there. It was his home. Same time, canines locate a hidden firearm. Hidden firearm. That was about the only honest thing she said that night, that she hid that gun. And it was her gun. And it's not until 3:39, 4:20 that the defendant begins to start hearing. We know that, not just because we heard it and we can see it on video. The time of when she waived her Miranda rights and chose to speak to officers is actually memorialized on that Miranda form itself. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to talk to me if you do not wish to. You don't have to answer any of my questions. You understand that, right? Yes. Should you talk to me? Anything which you say may be introduced into evidence against you. Do you understand? Yes. If you want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, we're entitled to have a lawyer present. Then, yes, you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer. One will be provided for you at no cost if you want. You understand that, right? Yes. And then she waives. She voluntarily spoke to them. Says a lot of very interesting things during this statement. But I think what's most interesting here is her demeanor during this. She's crying, she's sad, she's scared, until she's confronted with one of her lies. And you can actually see her demeanor change. She's not scared anymore. She's mad. You see her demeanor change when officers catch her in a lie. What if I have you on video saying, it's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine? Her change in demeanor is important here. What else does she tell us? I was angry. Doesn't say I was scared. Not talking about something that happened 5 days ago. I was angry. What did she say about the shooting? One of the 5 different stories she tells that night and yesterday as well.
It was down, and then once he said, oh, you're gonna sleep outside tonight, bitch. That's when I used to speak to the open, I just cocked it, and I shot it, it was already cocked and everything. I shot it.
Catch that? It was already cocked. He says, you're sleeping outside. I lifted it and I shot. It was already cocked. She was outside, not scared. Her with the deadly weapon. We know Pedro never had the gun. We know he never had a weapon. She said as much. At 5:03, when she tells officers where the firearm is. 5 hours prior, though, K9 already had located it. She wasn't being helpful. They already found it. They were already piecing the picture together. As she's being interviewed, they're doing their work. They find the spring camera. They find the firearm. They're doing their job. They're watching video. The defendant is eventually arrested that day, and then on June 26th, a secondary canvass is conducted with other K9 officers. They don't find him. They don't find the casing that Daisy Blank hit, because she didn't want to get caught. We also know, based off a subsequent search, Pedro's path that night. Well, let's talk about this. We heard not from one, not from two, not from three, but 4 officers about that video footage at Robert Cisneros' house. We heard from Robert Cisneros himself. It's an older model DVR. It's plugged in, it's hardwired. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the victim running, hiding behind bushes, running and then collapsing. A woman passing by, going to his body, manipulating his body, walking away, coming back. We actually can piece together his path based off the evidence, the CSI photos, the blood spatter. We know that Daisy's house is where he got shot. I'm sorry, Daisy's house. This is the porch. What's important is those 2 doors. She said that he was charging at her while she was on the floor. Where? How? That's what she tells us. And after he gets shot, he runs this way. We know that from the blood spatter. Daisy walks this way. You'll be fine. Not like I'm gonna be. Not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine. And he continues running. And we actually see that in that same video. And blood spatter continues. We know, again, that he travels up through the alley. So he gets to this car. Blood spatter again. Before collapsing and dying. Right? And look at where the Chevy tracks is. Look how far away it is. Daisy would have had to have walked feet after feet after feet to get to him and hide his stuff back in the car. It took her time. It was deliberate action she was taking, but she didn't want to get caught. And we can also piece together Daisy's path that night as well. This is their home. She shoots and fires. He's running away from her. She goes this way, the trampoline. She says, not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine. Beep, 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 beep. You sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Ah, you'll be fine, okay. And then she comes back and she hides the firearm. Her firearm. She has to come back, get in her car, and drive. And she waits. She doesn't call 911. There was just a gunshot. She knows she hit him. She doesn't think she hit him where she hit him, but she knows she hit him. And so she goes to look for her husband of 9 years. She's not afraid of him. She's not scared of him. She's not thinking about an incident that occurred 5 days prior. This is a toxic relationship, and she just lit the fuse. I cheated on you. You're right. You're never home. So she says, my husband of 9 years, I just shot. Let me go find him. You can't take back a murder. When you're running, her rendering aid, attempting to render aid, lying officers are relevant. Rendering aid is hero. You can't take back a murder. She goes, and she goes this way, up and back. We know she doesn't go this way. There's a car lot. You know, it's not this way. It's her car and it's over here. And it's important. She goes this way, up, and she walks over to Pedro's body, turns her car off, and takes his items out of his pocket. His phone, his money, his keys. She goes back and starts rendering aid. It took her time. These are deliberate steps that she took. The shot itself. He was running away. His foot out through his ankle, and then through his thigh. In, out, in, out. It was a clean shot. It was a good shot. The only way that shot makes sense with one shot, from what we heard from Dr. Mathis, is when somebody is running away. That's the trajectory that it took. That is the only way that that is possible. And if it missed the foot, it's still going through the thigh either way. It's still hitting that artery either way. This didn't bounce off the floor through his foot, ricocheting, and then ending up in her thigh or his thigh. It was a good shot. Again, we can see Dr. Mathis' work. Entry, exit, entry, exit, through the femoral artery. And how do we know that it was Daisy's gun? Pay attention. Pay very close attention. Earlier in the day, we get back to the shot. What's in her hand? The firearm she hid. She got that gun. It was her gun. How do we know it's her gun? Well, we heard from criminalists from the Miami-Dade Crime Lab that they tested it for DNA. And the majority of that DNA belonged to none other than the defendant, Daisy Link. And how do we know that? The statistic they came up with. 1 in 28 septillion that it is her DNA. Septillion is 24 zeros. That's not a small number. The population of Earth is 8 billion. That's 24 zeros. It's her gun. Talk about reasonable doubt again. And this is so important because I'm about to talk about the defense witnesses. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the evidence of the defendant may arise from evidence, conflict of evidence, or lack of evidence. And what's important here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's actually no reasonable doubt for the state's evidence. But when you look at conflicts of the evidence, you should also take a look at the evidence that the defense presented. And to be clear, they don't have to do a single thing. Her attorney never has to open his mouth. I'm the only one that has to do anything. But they gave us interesting evidence, interesting testimony. And you weigh that evidence, that testimony, the same way you weigh the state's evidence. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified to? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We heard from her niece, Laylin, who lives in Texas, who flew to Florida 4 days prior. And what did she do? Well, I went to my aunt Crystal's house and we hung out. And then there was a barbecue a couple of days later. And I saw some injuries to Daisy, but I can't tell you where those injuries are from. I don't know what day it was taken. I wasn't there the night that he was killed. Wasn't there when he got shot. She wasn't there. We heard from Crystal. Same thing. Same thing. And she even admitted she didn't know if Pedro lived there or not. Crystal pretended like she knew. Excuse me, Laylin pretended like she knew, but she was challenged on that. You're not coming in to Florida often. You live in Texas. You don't know. It's entirely reasonable to believe that when Pedro comes home, your aunt's not telling you, hey, my husband's home. She has no idea. Her mother testified as well. She left. They said it was such a dangerous situation, she left her grandchildren with such a dangerous man. She watched her daughter get choked, nearly murdered in front of her, and she leaves? It's one thing to say, I can't control this 30-year-old person. If they want to do what they want to do, they're going to do it. It's an entirely different thing, though, to leave an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old in that situation. Because it didn't happen. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? No. Crystal denied making a statement to Detective Morales, but then challenged. She goes, well, actually, they're confrontational. I think Crystal even said, how would I know? I'm not safe. Did the witness seem honest and straightforward in answering the questions? Absolutely not. Same thing. Crystal said, I'm not a psychic. How would I know? Well, it's your sister, right? Shouldn't you know about her abusive husband? You know about the toxic relationship. You know she hits him and he hits her. But you're not a psychic. You can't put one and one together. You know your sister has a gun. I just showed you it's her gun. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness testimony agree with the other testimony, other evidence in this case? Has the witness been offered or received any money for fear treatment or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Let's talk about Pedro Jr. for a second. And his testimony being so critical. What did he tell us? I'm here to get my mom out of jail. Here to get my mom out of jail. I live with my grandma. I talk to her at least about this case. I forget what happens. Sometimes I say daddy shot twice 5 days before, but no, grandma wasn't there, mind you. Corrects me. If they're willing to coach a child on what to say, it is very reasonable to believe that they have been coordinating their testimony to. They weren't there, they don't know. And a child has admitted. Children are pretty honest. And honestly, Pedro Jr. seems like a great kid. Really honest. He said, when I make a mistake about the night, that my grandma wasn't there. She tells me what happened. Wasn't there. How does she know? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Absolutely. How many times did they get impeached with their own depositions? Let's talk about the lease agreement. Now, this is an older one. And I want to bring to your attention 3 major things here. Tenant's email address, pete89.pj@gmail.com. Phone numbers, top right, my copy. My copy, not original. Not that, not file one, my copy. And then right here. Left. They said it was such a dangerous situation, she left her grandchildren. I'm not the biggest guy in the world. I don't believe in superheroes. I don't think Pedro is Mr. Elastic. He can't open that door from there. There's no broken window. There's no punch window. That didn't happen either. Lie after lie after lie after lie. Another really important thing. Let's talk about what happened 5 days prior. I believe something happened. Hell, we have pictures. I absolutely believe something happened. But not what Daisy said. Not what Pedro Jr., who was coached on what to say. How do we know that? Well, Daisy actually told us. She has cameras. They record things. That would have happened on or about the 20th or 21st. And what's really interesting here is the conveniences. It is really convenient. We have the 18th. We have the 22nd. And then the night of the murder. This is from her phone. Isn't it convenient how that video doesn't exist? Isn't it convenient? What actually happened that night, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What actually happened that night?
I was mad as fuck.
That's what happened. She was mad as fuck. Pedro's never home. He's on the road all the time. He's off getting high. I was mad as fuck. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the death was caused by the criminal act of Daisy Link. She pointed the gun, it was already pointed at him when he made those statements. And he fled and he ran and she fired. She actually made a very surprising admission yesterday when she said that she didn't think she was going to hit him. She pointed and fired with purpose. She said yesterday, it was contradicted by her own statement, which is full of its own contradictions over and over and over again. I didn't think I was going to hit him. Say it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt, element 2. Element 3, there was an unlawful killing of Pedro Jimenez by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a deprived mind without regard for human life. Pointing a firearm and shooting it is imminently dangerous. Deprived mind, I don't know what's more deprived than after you shot someone, mocking them. You'll be fine. Not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine. After breaking this man's heart and lighting that fuse. Let's talk about lesser included offenses. Well, let me back up. After the state has proven element 1, element 2, and element 3, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. As you heard, there are lesser included offenses in this case. Lesser included offenses are offenses that make up the actual charge, but they're smaller. There's less there. And as you heard, in this case, it's manslaughter. What do we have to prove for manslaughter? That Pedro Jimenez is dead. That, we all agree on. You have to take that as true. We all agree. And 2, Daisy Link intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Pedro Jimenez. She lifted the gun, she pulled the trigger as he ran. That is an act and caused the death. We heard Dr. Mathis say, cause of death, manner of death, homicide, gunshot wound. Daisy Link did that. I've already proven to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this is a second-degree murder. But I've also proven manslaughter as well. Aggravation of a firearm by aggravation of a felony by carrying a firearm. This is important too because you will have a verdict form that you will have to make certain decisions on. If I've proven my case, you must make the determination beyond a reasonable doubt. Daisy Link actually possessed the firearm during the commission of the crime. She's admitted that. Whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Daisy Link discharged the firearm, she's admitted that. Whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Daisy Link discharged the firearm and doing so caused death or great bodily harm to Pedro Jimenez. He's dead. Proven that. This is really important too. Justifiable use of deadly force. Self-defense. That's what this case is. That's the defense that they have put on. The defendant was justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or the imminent commission of a burglary to a dwelling or false imprisonment against herself. I'm not going to talk about those because there's no evidence of those. But let's talk about imminent for a second. I had a conversation with Mr. Cruz during jury selection. I threatened him, remember? We were at Publix in the line. I cut him, he said some words to me. I said, I'll see you outside. I lifted my shirt, I showed him my gun. Imminent, it is happening right there, right then. Not 5 days before, not hours before, right then, right there. There was a lawyer on the panel who mentioned a bus 200, 300, 400, whatever it was, feet away. And he said, that is imminent. No, it's not, because there can be an intervening cause. Car accident. Imminent, right away. So as the judge showed you, your verdict form will look a little like this. I couldn't fit in the initial line for the forward person in the date of crime, but this is what you'll get. This is something you'll get. And you're going to have to make a decision here. Guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty. Well, again, I've proven my case beyond a reasonable doubt. So you check off second-degree murder. And as we talked about already with the aggravation of a firearm, she did actually possess a firearm. She did discharge a firearm, and she did cause death. That's what your verdict form will look like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, because there is only one verdict in this case that is consistent with the evidence, consistent with the facts of this case. And the only verdict that justice demands, and that's this defendant, Daisy Link, is guilty of second-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the defense?
Can we take a quick comfort break to start this up?
Sure. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go to the jury room for a few minutes and we'll come back out and then we'll do the other closing.
All right, for the jurors, watch you step down. The jury room is this.
Aries, you give them the time that you served up? Did you tell the state how much time they used up? 50 what? 53, thanks. So we have 7 minutes, so we used up 53 minutes? Okay, that's fine, you're keeping time. All right, folks, we'll be back in a few minutes.
But
Who offered? Did you figure out who ordered the chicken?
I see a hole from the back and a hole from the front. He was shot in his neck.
Body camera video shows police arriving to a home in Homestead back in June of 2022.
Pedro, please.
Shallow breathing as
Pedro,
we do
please.
Investigators encountered Daisy Link, at times screaming as her husband took his final breaths.
I saw his leg there.
At
During
first,
this
Link did
state.
not admit she was the shooter, and instead said she
But
just
I think
stumbled
what's
upon her husband in an
what's most
alleyway.
interesting here
No!
is her demeanor
3
during
years
this.
later in court, Link However, prosecutors say Link is a killer who was caught on camera walking with a gun, stating, "You'll be fine."
I see a hole from the back and a hole from the front. He was shot in his neck.
Body camera video shows police arriving to a home in Homestead back in June of 2022.
Pedro, please.
shallow breathing as we do
Investigators encountered Daisy Link, at times screaming as her husband took his final breaths.
I saw his leg there.
At
During
first,
this
Link did
state.
not admit she was the shooter, and instead said she
But
just
I think
stumbled
what's
upon her husband in an
What's most
alleyway.
interesting here
No!
is her demeanor
3
during
years
this.
later in court, Link However, prosecutors say Link is a killer who was caught on camera walking with a gun, stating, "You'll be fine."
Hey guys, we're on a short break, a few minutes, and then the defense will do their closing. So, what do you think so far? Man, this girl lies. This girl lies. Very convincing, her story. Yeah. Who gets pregnant while in jail so they can get out of jail? How crazy is that? But it happened. It happened. She talks to this no good person who she don't know through the vents, you know, a couple of stories up, and he passes down sperm that he'd been, you know, packaging and sending down to her, and she inserts it with a syringe, and finally she gets pregnant. How strange. Why would you go to those lengths to get out of jail? I wonder if they've done anything to them vents. I mean, what can you do? It's a vent. But my God, how did she get a hold of some syringe? You know, the crazy things that happen in the jails. And so she has a baby, and I think it's his parents that have got the child. If you believe her, you believe her. If you don't, you don't. That's it. I just played that video of the cops coming. I mean, hey, she's got a loaded pow pow in her hand. You see that? And she hides it. Says she doesn't even know who this man is. Lies to the cops. Because she didn't want anybody to know he was at her house. Apparently, he lived there. The son said he didn't live there. He lived with his mother. He'd probably say grandmother or something. But I like to know if his things were there, was his clothes there, what was at the house. But even if he didn't live in the house, he was over there for a reason. She had the pow pow. Was it planned? Apparently she got beat up the week before, so her mother said. Was it all planned though? Because she sounds like she can, you know, tell lies and edge a person on. She's the one apparently having affairs or cheating all the time. She's the one. Now, if you think about the jail and how she got pregnant, yeah, she probably was. She hides the pow pow, lies to the cops, and digs in his pockets and takes his ID so nobody would know who he was. Some strange person. So it took him a while to find out who he was because she was lying so much. Why would you do that? She making sure that this man would never talk. She's vindictive. She's a liar. That's my opinion now. That's what I feel. I don't believe her. I, not everything she says is the truth. She's been with him for 9 years. A long time. Just kiss with him. And then she syringes herself with sperm to get pregnant by a strange man in the jail a few floors up, who's got a record. He's not there for anything great. He's a bad person. Tattoos on his face. Wow, some losers. And all those faces she's pulling in court like she's heartbroken. She's not heartbroken. This happened in 22. She's had plenty of time to get her act together. Yeah, she might be sorry now, but she wasn't sorry at the time. Nope. I mean, if you were defending yourself, you wouldn't tell all these lies. You wouldn't dig in a man's pocket that's bleeding to death. You would get in an ambulance right away. But if you were defending yourself, why hide the gun? Why say you don't even know who he is? I mean, why? What would be the point of that? That's what I say. I don't even trust this woman whatsoever. We've seen it all. We've seen it all.
They're identical copies. I like for them to have their own copies. Does anyone have an objection to them taking
I
back
think we're back.
their own personal copies of jury instructions? Okay, so can I bring them back in? Yeah? All right, let's bring them back in.
All rise for the jurors.
Even if they had a lot of
All
problems,
right, all 9 jurors are counted present for. We can be seated.
she shouldn't have ended his life like that.
State, defendant are present. Alrity, folks, as I had before we go into Mr. Tomas's closing, page 9 of your instructions, we need to swap it out. There was a typo that I read the correct wording into the record, but because we're allowing you to take your own copies back with you, and I just so take out page 9, give it to Lisette. If you need a staple, I know this is getting very technical. If you need a staple or paper clip, let us know. All right, Lisette, here's. Lisette, see if they want a staple. You can give them paper clips too. No? We have paper clips up here too.
I don't like how this courtroom's set up. So much glare on the TV. I'm thinking the glare will show the juries or something. Nah. At least we get the view of her.
Okay, so it looks like who has not swapped out page 9? All right. Everyone swapped out page 9.
That judge's mic works really good, doesn't it?
Thank you all for your continued attention. Now the defense will have an opportunity to give their closing argument.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as you already know, Ms. Link is presumed innocent. You are required to presume that she is innocent. And that presumption is to stay with you throughout this trial until you go back there and deliberate. And when you're back there deliberating, if you decide that the state has proven their case beyond all reasonable doubt, then that's another story. But she doesn't lose that presumption until you reach that decision, if you reach that decision. I don't know if you remember, because it's been a couple of weeks already, but during jury selection, there was a juror sitting in the back, in the corner, and we were talking about that example that I gave about the cat and the mouse, the hole in the box. You all remember that? Okay. There was this one juror who was sitting in the back, and he said, I can't make a decision because I don't have enough information. Well, as I explained to him, the cat is presumed innocent. You're not convinced that the cat's guilty, right? No, I haven't been convinced. Okay, well then, your decision is not guilty. He's presumed innocent, so your verdict, right? Your verdict is not guilty. If that changes, if you're convinced otherwise, then you change it. But if you're not, the verdict is not guilty. It's pretty simple. I would submit to you that right now, before I say another word, every single one of you should vote not guilty. I'll explain in a moment, but you should, because the state has not overcome a reasonable doubt in this case. Now I will remind you, I don't have to prove that Ms. Link was justified in pulling the trigger. They have to prove that she was not justified, and they haven't. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that the state said a moment ago. They said a lot. They said that Daisy was upset because Pedro wasn't home. There's no evidence of that. They just made that up. There is no evidence of that whatsoever. Whatsoever. Point one witness, one piece of evidence that establishes that. You won't find it because it hasn't been introduced. It's their burden to prove it. They want to say something, they want to allege something, they have to prove it. They can't just get up here, say it, and say, oh, you got to believe us because we're the state. Believe everything we say, believe nothing that the defense say. We're the good guys. It doesn't work that way. They have to prove it. Daisy's mother flew in for a barbecue? That's what he said. You know that's not true. And they didn't even have that barbecue. And yes, they were going to have a barbecue the next day. You heard why. Number one, because she lives in Texas and she has other family that she doesn't get to see, so she's going to see them. And number two, they don't want to make it obvious that Daisy's leaving because they don't want Pedro to flip, which he did anyways. But they don't want him to flip, so they're doing it in a way that he won't find out. That was the testimony. Have they rebuffed that testimony? Have they proven that it's not true? No, they haven't. The most that they've done is, well, maybe it's true, maybe it wasn't. Have they disproven it? They have not. Can you point to a single piece of evidence, to testimony, to anything that rebuffs that? You cannot, because it doesn't exist. The state mentioned about phone calls between Pedro and Daisy. Pedro didn't have a phone because he tossed it after he almost beat Daisy to death a few days before. And then he had to get another phone, and you heard testimony about that. You heard testimony about that. When he went to his friend Kevin's house to do all that coke and to buy all that cocaine so he can have a party while he's driving a big rig across the state, snorting cocaine, he didn't have a phone. He didn't have a phone because he tossed the phone after he almost killed Daisy a few days before, because he didn't want the police to track him.
Objection, back on evidence.
Overruled.
It wasn't evidence, she testified to it. I'm not making it up, I'm telling you what was in evidence. You can use your own recollection about what you heard, but we all know that that came out in evidence. I'm not making it up. The state has repeatedly said that was their home. No, it wasn't. They can't just say it and say, there, we proved it. They haven't proved it. This thing is really blurry. But for future reference, this is Defense Exhibit A. It is 3 pages long. Pedro Jimenez had 2 driver's licenses. These driver licenses, both of them, can't see it here, but you can see it yourself when you go through the evidence. Both of them have his mother's address. You have seen lease agreements where he is not on the lease documents. You have heard testimony from multiple people, including his son, that said he didn't live there. But most important, this is Exhibit F, Defense Exhibit F. This thing's horrible. You can look at it when you're deliberating. This is a court order. A court order. Now, the judge read the instructions, and I'm going to tell you exactly what the instruction that she read to you says. And I am talking about page 11 of the instructions, which you will all have with you in the back. Parental rights. The court has taken judicial notice that there are no court records in Miami-Dade terminating the parental rights of Pedro Jimenez. That is right. During my opening statement, I told you he lost his parental rights. I didn't say terminated, I said lost. When your parental rights are terminated, that means it's terminated. That means there's no coming back. They're gone. When you lose your parental rights, you can get it back. And this order provides a pathway for Pedro Jimenez to get his rights back. You know what that pathway is? First page, bottom. Substance abuse assessment, individual therapy, parenting therapy, domestic violence. Domestic violence. September 20th, 2019. Ever since September 20th, 2019, that man was limited to seeing his children by court order 1 time a month under the supervision of his mother, who you've heard doesn't even live in this state. And you've heard no evidence or any indication that she ever came back, because she didn't. And he gets to have FaceTime calls with the children at the sole discretion of the mother. The sole discretion of the mother. Do you think courts and judges limit a parent's ability to see their children flippantly and for no reason? They did it because Pedro Jimenez was a drug addict, a cocaine abuser, an alcohol abuser, and a wife-girlfriend abuser. And, as you've heard throughout the course of this trial, he was doing nothing to get those rights back. He was doing the opposite. He was on his way to losing them permanently. Why? Because 5 days before he died, he beat Daisy Link halfway to death. Beat her halfway to death. Smashed her skull in. Did it in front of his 7-year-old son. Did it in front of his 5-year-old daughter. Did it in front of 4 other kids. 4 other kids who were present. The state got up here and told Pedro was not dangerous? Are you kidding me? Is that not the very definition of a dangerous man? He proved what he's capable of just 5 days before this happened. The state said a lot of things during their closing. I didn't agree with any of it except for 2 things. One thing that they acknowledged, Pedro was not a good guy. I agree. No, he wasn't a good guy. No, he was a cokehead, wife-beating lunatic. That's what he was. He terrorized and traumatized Daisy Link. He terrorized and traumatized his own children, and he terrorized and traumatized other children. This is a man that was capable of beating a woman halfway to death in front of children, in front of his own children. That's dangerous. Whether Daisy acted afraid of it or not doesn't change what he did. Whether Daisy made a flippant remark or made fun of him or insulted him doesn't change what he did. The state wants you to ignore and forget that he did that. Well, they can ask you to forget whatever, but you know it happened. This order paragraph 3 of this order, Exhibit F, the minor children, Pedro Jimenez and Mia Jimenez, shall remain in the legal and physical custody of the mother, whose name is Daisy Link. Next paragraph. The non-custodial parent of Pedro Jimenez and Mia Jimenez is Pedro Jimenez. And then further down, Pedro Jimenez has not substantially complied with his case plan. A brief description of this plan is as follows: substance abuse treatment, assessment, individual therapy, parenting, domestic violence. He didn't do it then. He wasn't going to do it in 2022. Quite frankly, it's clear that he was never going to do it. He was less concerned with getting back his kids and having more time with his kids. He was more concerned with getting high and beating up Daisy Link. State will tell you that Pedro was broken, that Daisy did all these horrible things to you. They completely ignore what he did to her. And you can't ignore that because that goes to her state of mind. That goes to her state of mind right when she pulled the trigger. Yes, she went to pick him up, and I'll submit to you, that was a bad choice on her part. But you know what? Relationships are complicated. When 2 people love each other, even if it changes, it's complicated. When you add children to the mix, it's complicated. When you add property to the mix, it gets more complicated. When you add the fact that these kids, even though their dad's not a good guy, they love their dad. She knows that. So yes, she doesn't want to get him arrested. She doesn't want to get him deported. She doesn't want to do that. She just doesn't want to be with him anymore, and that's her right. And why would she want to be with him? He beats her up. He did so for almost the entire course of their relationship. And you need look no further than this order to know that. The state went on to say that Daisy Link picked up the casing, the spent casing in this case. There's no evidence of that, ladies and gentlemen. None whatsoever. They can say it till they're blue in the face. They have to prove it. It's their burden. And if they haven't proved it, which they haven't, then you can't accept it because it hasn't been proven. There's no evidence that she picked up any casing whatsoever. She was with police for almost an entire day from the point they got there at 3-something in the morning till she got to the station several hours later, till she started her 11-hour-long interrogation at what, 9? So she was done, what, the following evening? That's almost 24 hours. They had eyes on her the whole time. But they want you to believe that she found this casing and she got rid of it. Well, that doesn't jive with the evidence. There's no evidence of it. She told them where the gun was. She called 911. She tried to help this man as soon as she found him. And the only reason she didn't call 911 sooner is because Pedro stole her phone. The state said that the officers were kind to her. Are you kidding me? No, they weren't. They say that she threw a chair at Detective Morales. No, she didn't. There's no evidence of that. None whatsoever. There's 100 officers on there. All of them have body cams. Have you seen a single body cam of her throwing a chair at anybody? No, because she didn't. The state talked about Pedro Jr. They said one thing, and this is the other thing that I would agree with, that Pedro Jr. is a very smart boy. I agree, he is a very smart boy. Kids are honest. Yes, they are honest. And I would submit to you, Pedro Jr. was honest in his testimony. I specifically asked him, and he specifically said, I'm not telling you, nobody told me what to say. This is what I remember. Has he spoken to his grandmother in the last 3 years? Yes, because he lives with her. What's he supposed to do? What's he supposed to do? Because he speaks to his grandmother, therefore you shouldn't believe a word he says? You can judge that boy's credibility on your own. We have footage in this case which was deleted. It was lost while it was in police custody. The police only viewed one snippet, which is when Daisy Link went to Pedro while he was lying there. They didn't bother to look at anything else. They didn't bother to look at any other footage when he stole her purse or when he was running back and forth 3, 4, 5 times that he was running back and forth, that Daisy's mother told him to leave, that Daisy told him to leave, or they threatened to call the police. There's none of that. It would have been on there, but they lost it. Nobody knows how. Everybody's saying, it wasn't me, I don't know, we did everything. It must have been the machine. It wasn't the machine. They gave the machine back to the owner, it works fine. The only difference is a month's worth of footage is gone. I didn't delete it. The police did. The police lost it, the police destroyed it. What does that mean? They have it in their control and they lose it. That is incompetence of the highest order. This is a murder case. That is incompetence, ladies and gentlemen. You should consider that. We have a blood trail here, which begins in front of the house. The state will have you believe that at the time Pedro was shot, he was running away. He wasn't running away. He was running to the house. He was going to barricade himself inside that house where those kids were. He was going to keep her out, and he was going to do God knows what. I say God knows what because we already know what he did 5 days before. We already know that he snorted about a mountain of cocaine shortly before this happened. That was her home, which she has a right to defend. Pedro did not have an invitation or a right to be in that home. He made it clear that he was going to break into that home and lock her out and keep her away from her children, which he had no right to do. And importantly, she has every right to use deadly force to prevent him from doing that. And this is not just me talking, this is the law. This is the law, which I'm going to read to you in a moment. The law, I will remind you, that each and every one of you swore an oath to follow. Was Daisy honest with the police from the get-go? No, she wasn't. Okay? No, she wasn't. Should she have been? Probably. But can someone really understand what's going through somebody's mind when they're in that position? I think we can all agree that what happened to Daisy Link in the 5 days leading up to this incident was extraordinarily traumatic. Unless you've been through it, it's hard to imagine what that's like. I would say it's almost impossible to imagine what that's like unless you've actually experienced it. It's very easy to second guess and judge somebody for their actions when you don't know what was in their mind at the time they made it, ladies and gentlemen. As I told you before, relationships are complicated. How many times, how common is it to see a couple who clearly are wrong for each other, who clearly shouldn't be together, but for whatever reason they keep coming back to each other. They keep interacting. Maybe they separate, maybe they come back, maybe they go back. It happens. Well, that's because these things are complicated. There are children involved. There's a history involved. There's a familiarity involved. And yes, there's love involved. And that makes it very difficult. So it's very easy for us to say, you should have left. You shouldn't have called him back. You shouldn't have gone to pick him up. You should have called the police. You should have had him deported. You should have done all these things. I agree. She should have done all those things. They should have called the police. They should have done all these things differently. She didn't want to. Daisy told you what? Again, this is a court order. This court order says Pedro gets to see those kids once in person, see them in person, once a month, with the supervision of his mother. Daisy had a fear, a reasonable fear, that if the court found out that she was allowing Pedro to see those kids in person, knowing that he's still being violent, knowing that he's still abusing drugs, a court could very easily and theoretically say, you know what, you're not supposed to have him around those kids, you know what he's doing, we're going to take those kids away from you. As a parent, is there anything scarier? Anything scarier than losing your kids? I don't think so. If you can think something, I'd love to hear it. I can't think of anything. I'd rather be killed than lose my kids, personally. She feels the same way. That's why she did what she did. You can disagree with it. You can not like it. That's fine. That's your right. But that doesn't change the fact that at the time she pulled the trigger, she had every right to do so. This paper that you all have, jury instructions, this is the only law that applies in this case. There is no other law, no other instructions that apply to this case. You are to decide your verdict based on these instructions and these instructions alone. Okay? So let's go through the instructions. Page 3. This is a really loud one. I'm sorry, I can't. It's the best I can do, I'm sorry. Page 3. You all have it, so that helps. Justifiable homicide. Use of deadly force is justifiable if done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, in or upon any dwelling house which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Miss Link was at her home. She had every right to be there. Mr. Jimenez had no right to be there. I don't care if his kids were there. He had no right to be there. He had no right to see them. You saw the order. He did not live there. He did not have the keys. He was not on the lease. The address was not on his license. You've heard testimony from multiple people that he did not live there. You have not heard testimony from a single witness that said he lives there. They want you to believe he lives there because it's convenient for the case. They don't want you to believe that he didn't live there, which he didn't, because they know that if you know he didn't live there, they're done. Their case is over, and I'll explain that to you in a second. So the question is, has the state proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Pedro Jimenez lived in that house? No, they haven't. At best, maybe you can all say, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. What are they pointing to prove that he lived there? Because there are some shoes and some shirts that appear to be for males in the house? Does that prove he lived there? I'm sorry, it doesn't. And use your common sense, people, okay? I still have stuff at my old house, and I've been divorced for 10 years. It's still there. It's not my house. I don't live there. I don't have a key. I can't go there and come and go as I please. No, I have to knock on the door. I have to be allowed inside like everybody else. Was that my house before? Sure. It's not anymore. Do I still pay the mortgage? Yeah, I do, actually. But I still don't have a right to go in there because it's not my house anymore. That was not Pedro's house. And unless they prove that it was his house and that he lived there beyond a reasonable doubt, then no. And as far as you're concerned, that was not his house. He didn't live there. He did not have a right to be there. Same page, page 3. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful. The killing is lawful, which means it's not illegal. It is lawful, not a crime. Under any one of these following circumstances, when the killing is committed by accident or misfortune, in doing any lawful act by any lawful means in the ordinary caution. Okay? Number 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion, upon sudden specific provocation. Can you see how that scenario could apply to this case? He's been asked to leave multiple times. You heard testimony from Daisy Link. Before she got the gun and fired, Mr. Jimenez grabbed her by her hair and threw her. And in grabbing her by her hair, he opened up the wounds that he created just days before. And he threw her to the ground. She's already told him to leave. She grabbed the gun. She told him, leave. And you heard what he said. I'm not leaving. I want to die. I'm here to die. And then he ran to go break into the house. Then she fired. And then, and only then, when she fired, that's when he started running away. It took the shot. It took her firing the gun for him to abandon his intention to break into her house. And if you are stopping somebody from breaking into your house, that is justifiable use of deadly force. And it was going to happen imminently. We know that. We saw the blood trail. We heard the testimony. He was going to break into her house. She did everything she could to stop him. He refused. So she fired the gun. And it worked, because when she fired the gun, he ran off to the alley. I want to talk about the instruction for second-degree murder. This is on page 4. You see it there. Three elements that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in order for you to be able to convict Daisy Link. And this is what your case is going to come down to. Number two, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. And number three, there was an unlawful killing. So, I highlighted the relevant portions in 2 and 3, just to give you all a little guidance there. So, in order for you to convict her of anything, whether it's murder or manslaughter, of anything, you have to find that her firing that gun was a criminal act and that her killing Pedro was unlawful. So, in other words, what your deliberations are going to come down to is whether or not this killing was justified or not. Was Daisy justified in using deadly force or not? That's it. That's the decision you have to make, and that's going to be how you reach your verdict, okay? It says it right there. So, let's fast forward. This is the key instruction in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Page 8. It's oh boy, look at that. It's 3 pages. It's 3 pages long. So, sorry, but you can keep going. Justifiable use of deadly force. Third paragraph, okay? Defendant does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find her guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not justified. This is what I said earlier. I don't have to prove that she was justified. It's the other way around. They have to prove she was not justified. So have they proven that she's not justified? Have they proven it beyond all reasonable doubt? Well, let's see. Let's have a look. Keep reading. The law on justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. Defendant is justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent the following: imminent death of great harm to herself or another. So if she believes that imminently means it's about to happen, it's going to happen any moment, that she's going to get hurt or another person's going to get hurt, you have the right to use deadly force in that instance. Okay? And then there's another option. Or B, the imminent commission of burglary or false imprisonment against herself or another. At the time that she shot, Pedro Jimenez was running to break into her house, to barricade her out of her house. Okay? He had no right to be there. When you enter somebody's house without permission, that's burglary. I'm going to read you the definition of burglary in a moment. So that's number one. That's one felony that he was about to commit, which, according to this instruction, if she knows that he's about to commit a burglary upon her house, she has the right to shoot him, to stop him. This is the law that you are required to follow. In addition to burglary, false imprisonment. There are 2 kids in that house. Those kids are in her custody, not in Pedro's custody, her custody. By barricading himself inside the house, Pedro would be illegally separating those kids by force from their mother, without permission, without authority, without any right to do so. She has a right to use deadly force if she has reason to believe that that's about to happen. And we all know that that was about to happen. He was about to burglarize her home. He was about to lock her out of her home and commit false imprisonment upon her kids. So, moving on to the next part. This long paragraph here, right here on page 4, on page 8, this paragraph has to do with whether or not Daisy Link had a duty to retreat or not a duty to retreat. You can go through that and read it to yourself, but ladies and gentlemen, as you will see in a moment, she had no duty to retreat because she had every right to be there because that was her home. On the other hand, Pedro Jimenez had no right to be there because that was not his home. He had been told repeatedly to leave. He had been threatened that they would call the police. And he did leave, but he kept coming back. Multiple times, he kept coming back. He kept terrorizing this woman. She did it while her mother was there, and then he did it again after his mother left. His mother left at 1:32 in the morning, and he still came back after that. He's terrorizing her at 3 o'clock, 3-something in the morning. I'm going to refer you to page 8 at the bottom right here. If the defendant was in a dwelling or residence in which she had a right to be, which she did, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use or threaten to use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to herself or another, or the imminent commission of a burglary or a false imprisonment against herself or another. So again, this says, again, if she has reason to believe, well, first of all, it says if she's in a place where she has a right to be, there's no question she had every right to be there. That was her home. If she's in a place where she has a right to be, she can use deadly force to stop somebody from burglarizing her home and to stop somebody from keeping her outside of the home and keeping her away from her kids who are inside the home. She had a right to use deadly force in each of those and in both of those. This is the law that you are required to follow. After this defines the crimes of burglary and false imprisonment. These are the two crimes that I would submit to you. The evidence has clearly demonstrated Pedro Jimenez was intent on doing and was in the process of doing, and the only reason he stopped from doing it is because she fired that shot. That was the only way that she was going to stop him from doing that, and we know that from Pedro Jimenez himself. I'm ready to die! What does that mean? I'm going to do what I want. You want to stop me? You're going to have to kill me. You're going to have to kill me. Burglary. Entering a dwelling owned by or in the possession of another, and at the time of entering the dwelling, the unauthorized person had the intent to commit the crime of false imprisonment. Please tell me, how has the state disproven that this was about to happen? Can you honestly say to me that the state has convinced you beyond all reasonable doubt that Pedro Jimenez was not in the process of rushing in to barricade himself inside that house and lock Daisy Lake out? Have they disproven that beyond a reasonable doubt? If the answer is no, then your verdict is not guilty. If the answer is yes, then okay, then I would ask you to ask yourself, how have they proven it? What have they shown you? What have they introduced to prove that? I would submit to you they've introduced nothing to disprove that that man was going to do that. Certainly not beyond a reasonable doubt. That's burglary. False imprisonment. That's the next one. We're still on page 9. It's right here. False imprisonment is defined as follows: to forcibly or secretly confine or abduct another person without lawful authority to do so. Forcibly would apply here. He was attempting to forcibly confine those kids within that house and keep the mother out of the house. The next paragraph defines secretly. You're free to read that as much as you want, but secretly doesn't apply here, so I'm not concerned with that. The next paragraph is very important. Very important. Confinement of a child under the age of 13 is against the child's will if such confinement is without the consent of the child's parent or legal guardian. In other words, if you're locking two kids inside a house against the will of those kids' legal guardian, and those kids are under the age of 13, which, as you already know, those kids were ages 7 and 5 at the time, then that's false imprisonment. We know that Pedro was not their legal guardian because that's what this order says. So unless the state is going to come up here and find a way to invalidate this court order, which if they have a way to do that, I'd love to hear it. They're not going to. This is a court order, this is a valid court order, and this court order was in place, in full force, on that night. Daisy Link asked him to leave. He did not respect her request to leave. He was going to commit false imprisonment. And that is what this instruction tells you. I'm going to keep reading. Please bear with me, but again, this is a long instruction, but it is the most important instruction in this case, because this is what your deliberations are going to come down to. In deciding whether the defendant was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. I'll say that again. The danger need not have been actual. So it's actually legal to use deadly force against somebody, even if there's no real danger. The key is whether the person using the force reasonably believed that the danger was there. Now, I would submit to you, there's no question that the danger was real. There's no question that the danger was imminent. But this instruction shows you that even in cases where there's no real danger, if you find that the person who used deadly force had reason to believe that there was a danger, that's enough. That's enough to say that the use of deadly force was justified and lawful. I'll keep reading. To justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Pedro told her, "You're going to have to kill me, I'm ready to die." What else was she supposed to believe? What else was she supposed to believe? She didn't put herself in that situation. He put her in that situation. The state will tell you, "Oh no, she brought him to the house, so it's her fault." No. She brought him to the house. She knew she was going to leave. First of all, she was supposed to pick him up and take him to his mother's house, but she explained to you she came back because he still had his keys. She wanted him to see the kids. She wanted to make it work so that she could get away from this man finally, move away from him, not have to deal with him beating her up. And she was implementing her plan. Whether it was a good plan or not, that's up to you to decide. But that was her plan, that's what you heard. It has not been refuted by the state in any way, shape, or form. She went to pick him up. She came over. She came over while her mother was there, and you heard from her mother and you heard from her. He was obviously high on cocaine because he used a bunch of cocaine at his friend's house. He bought a bunch of cocaine from his friend. He was drinking. You heard what was in his system when he died. He was extremely under the influence of a ridiculous amount of cocaine. He was drunk. He was out of control. She brought him back, and as soon as he started becoming violent, which he did on multiple occasions, as you heard from her mother and from her, as soon as that happened, he was told to leave. He was told, what, 5 different times to leave? And 5 different times he left. 5 different times he came back. You saw video of him running around. There's a video of him being told to leave a few hours before he was shot. How many times does this woman have to tell him to leave? You know, once is enough. Once is all it takes. It's my house. You need to leave. You need to leave. If you don't leave, you're committing a crime by not leaving. Okay? You're committing a crime. But he knew that she didn't want to call the police on him. He knew that for whatever reason, and she shouldn't have, but for whatever reason, unfortunately, she had a soft spot for this man. And she kept giving him opportunity after opportunity, even though, as we all know, she probably shouldn't have. But again, relationships are complicated, and you can judge her all you want, you can disagree with her all you want, but you don't know what it was like for her. And that's the decision she made. And it's understandable because, again, relationships are complicated, and that's the position that she was in. But she didn't create this position. She asked him to leave. He put her in that position by coming back repeatedly. I'm at the bottom of page 9. The defendant is presumed to have held a reasonable fear of imminent peril of death or great bodily harm to herself or another when using defensive force that was intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm to another, if, this is important, A, the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcefully entered a dwelling, residence, or occupied vehicle. This is black and white. There's no room for interpretation here. You are presumed to be in reasonable fear and justified to use deadly force if somebody is in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering your home. That is exactly what he was doing. And unless they can prove to you beyond all reasonable doubt that that's not what he was doing, then your verdict is not guilty. Anything other than that would be a disgrace. And I know you all don't want to make a disgrace here. I think you all want to get it right. There's only one right answer here, okay? I'm confident that you're going to get the right answer. I want to go to the next page. The next paragraph B. Defendant knew or had reason to believe that an unlawful and forcible entry or unlawful and forcible act was occurring. This goes hand in hand with the previous one. Reason to believe it was occurring. He told her he was going to do it. He told her, you're going to have to kill me. And she saw him doing it. And the blood trail which begins in front of that front door corroborates what she told you. The state has given you nothing to dispute or disprove that. The next paragraph, this is page 10, right over here. The very next paragraph talks about situations where the presumption of reasonable fear does not apply. Okay? So, if any of these examples, there's 4 examples, if any of them were to apply, then you could come to the conclusion that, okay, well then this person didn't have a reasonable reason to believe that she was in danger of something bad happening to her. I'm going to start with the last one, with D, because this one's easy. The person against whom the defensive force is used is law enforcement. Look, Pedro Jimenez is not a law enforcement official, so we know D doesn't apply. So you can scratch out D. D is useless to you, okay? C, the person who uses defensive force is engaged in a criminal activity or is using the residence to further a criminal activity. This doesn't apply either. Daisy was not using her home to conduct a criminal activity, and she was not committing a crime when she was just at home in her front yard, minding her own business. So C does not apply. You can disregard C. B, the person or persons sought to be removed is a child or grandchild. Pedro Jimenez is a grown man. He's a grown man who's 6'4" and weighs 250 or 60 pounds, and he could easily beat the crap out of Daisy whenever he wants, and he has on multiple occasions. So B doesn't apply. So all that's left is A. So let's read A. The person against whom the defensive force is used has the right to be or is a lawful resident of the residence, such as an owner, lessee, or title holder. Has the state proven to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Pedro is a lawful resident, owner, lessee, or title holder? No. They got up here and they told you over and over it was his home, he lived there, they were a family. They can say it till they're blue in the face. They have to prove it. Have they proven it? No. The only proof you've received on that topic is that it wasn't his home. You have lease agreements that he's not on. You have his license that he's not on. You have testimony showing that the locks were changed. You have testimony that he lived at his mother's house. Would he go over there to see the kids? Yes, but that doesn't mean that he lived there. All the evidence that you've heard proves that he did not live there. At best, you can say, well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But if that's your conclusion, then it has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, the state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not done so. I want to focus on this paragraph, which is right after A, B, C, and D. A person who unlawfully and by force enters or attempts to enter another's residence is presumed to be doing so with the intent to commit an unlawful act involving force or violence. The fact that he was forcing his way into her house, according to this instruction, allows you to presume that he was doing so with the intent of committing a violent act and committing a crime, which is exactly what gives Daisy Link the right to use deadly force. And finally, and this is important, it's all important, but last paragraph, if you find that the defendant, who because of prior threats or difficulties with Pedro Jimenez had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of Pedro Jimenez, you may consider that fact in determining whether her actions were those of a reasonable person. They had prior difficulties. You know all about it. Isn't it reasonable for Daisy Link to fear that this man could hurt her, to fear that this man could kill her when he just did this to her a few days before? Yes, you can judge her for communicating with him and spending time with him in the intervening days, but as she said, number one, she loved him. That clouded her judgment. Number two, when he wasn't on drugs, there was no problem. The problem was when he was on drugs. And we know, without question, he was on a lot of drugs when she shot him. And what did she say? When he's on drugs, when he's on cocaine, he's a monster. And that's what he is. That's what he is. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, top of page 11, In considering the issue of self-defense or defense of another, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of the defendant and Pedro Jimenez. Pedro Jimenez is a man, Daisy Link is a woman. Daisy Link's not a petite woman, she's a larger woman, but Pedro Jimenez was a lot bigger than her, a lot stronger than her, a lot more dangerous than her, and he's proven that he could hurt her, and he did hurt her over and over and over again. You may not like her, you may disagree with her, you may think whatever you want to think. You may take exception to what she said on that video. You may do all that. But none of that changes the fact that at the time she fired that shot, that man was going to barricade himself inside that house. And according to the law, which you all swore you would follow, she was justified in using deadly force.
Mr. Octava, can you go help him? It's your computer.
Can we stop the clock for this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
This is minutes before he gets shot. Look at him. Wandering around. It's 3-something in the morning. He's still wandering around, walking around aimlessly, thinking about how he's going to terrorize Daisy next, which he's been doing all day. Walking around. He's been told to leave 5 times. He's back again. You think he's back again for a good reason? You think he's back again to do something nice? You think he's back again to make up? No, he's back again to cause trouble. Does that sound like somebody who's in fear? No, that sounds like somebody who's coked out of his mind, somebody who likes to beat women up, somebody who likes to terrorize women, and somebody who's going to break into his ex-girlfriend's house because he can. Daisy Link is not guilty. Find her not guilty. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, state your rebuttal. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's less I'm not going to talk to you. I'm sure you're as sick of my voice as I am at this point. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but there's a couple of points that I want to touch on about what defense just mentioned. He said that the officers were rude, disrespectful, mean. That's actually not what Daisy said yesterday on the stand. She even mentioned that they let her go to the bathroom at her house. They spoke to her. She even said to Officer Edwards, nobody would have done this to him. I don't know who would. Except on cross-examination, what she said was, I shouldn't have, because she knew she had other options. She knew if we take her at her word, and I think we can all agree there is absolutely zero reason to take her at her word at this point, lie after lie after lie. This happened 5 days ago. She said she spoke to the police. Maybe, maybe not. Lie after lie after lie. She shouldn't have. If that's true, despite the fact that on her phone, those videos conveniently aren't there, call the cops, tell them. Let them know. Take your kids and flee. Your kids, your children, your 8-year-old and your 5-year-old, take them. Get them away from that dangerous man. That's what she wants you to believe. Instead, though, what does she do? According to her, he leaves. She goes in her car, goes back home, takes a nap. Day later, day after that, Pedro comes over. They sleep together. They mentioned that, I mentioned on my closing argument that I said that the defendant was upset that the victim wasn't home. They said that's not true, there's no evidence of that. That's actually not true. She says, at some point in her statement, I don't have the timestamp, but she says in her statement, it's not fair. I told my mom it's not fair. He's always on the run, he's never home. She says directly to the officers, it's not fair, I'm upset. Almost beaten to death. These are horrible. Horrible. But as we heard, Daisy admitted she herself is an abuser. These are horrible, but these happened 5 days before. Was it going through her mind when she invited him over the day after, or the day after that? Was it going through her mind when she picked him up from a friend's house? It wasn't. She had forgotten about this. She even said it on the stand yesterday. How do we know it was their home? Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Daisy Link told us it was yesterday. She said Pedro never had a key, except on cross, she said, well, actually, he may have. When he left, he probably had a key to my house. They lived together, how do we know? Well, here's the thing. On Pedro's address, it has a certain, on his license, it has a certain address on it. But what else? It has that address on it? Mail that was found in a car. With Daisy Link's name on it as well. They lived together. But you don't have to take the evidence like that. Pedro Jr. said the same thing. He said, my dad lives in my car, or his car, because he's a trucker, he's never home. So, when he's home, he lives here. He sleeps on the couch sometimes, sure. But this is his home. He said that as much. The court order, I'm sorry, the court order, this is what they thought of it. They thought it was trash. That's what they did with it. They threw it on the ground, they didn't care about it. How do we know that? It's on video. She's giving him more than what this says. This, to them, was trash. There is no termination of parental rights. They ignored it over and over and over again. The pistol whipping episode from 5 days ago, if you take her at her word, and you shouldn't, there is no reason to take Daisy Link at her word. If you take her at her word, it happened 5 days before. And then they slept together. And then she picked him up. And the interesting thing there about picking him up from a friend's house is she says, it's a drug den. There's prostitutes, there's drugs throughout. He's a monster. on drugs? Well, we have it on video of them actually arriving back from that house. You tell me if that looks like an angry, aggressive man playing with his children. Apparently high on cocaine, according to Daisy at that point. A monster is what she said. Except she let that monster hang around her children. Play with them. Be around the house. The video that was destroyed, it wasn't some cover-up, it wasn't a conspiracy. They actually explained explicitly how. Sergeant Fernandez came in and explained she was called out on scene, plugged in a hard drive. It wasn't working, so what do? They have to take it back to headquarters. There is a specific program that they use, and she explained, if they run that program on that hard drive and plug it back in, it will delete everything. It will reset the hard drive. And so what do? They attempt and attempt and attempt to get that video, but they can't, and they give up. And so they return it back to the homeowner, who then plugs it back in. It's a full hard drive. It got reset. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Daisy Lynn's story doesn't make any sense. And the reason it doesn't make any sense is because of the gunshot and how it traveled. Because what she says is, he was charging at me, and I fired. The only way this gunshot, this trajectory, makes any sense at all is if he is running away. That upwards trajectory, through the foot, in and in, through the thigh, in and out, clean as day, is if his back is turned and he is actually running away. Otherwise, you'd have an injury that way, to the front of his body. That's not what happened here.
30 more seconds.
We know what happened here. We know that Daisy Lynn purposely discharged that firearm at Pedro Jimenez as he fled her. The state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty of second-degree murder, and you should find her guilty as such. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm on page 19. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when you all have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any other person outside the jury room about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as an email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during the deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given you in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices at your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. You can send a note or a phone call to your loved ones, letting them know you're deliberating before Umberto takes those electronic devices. If you need to communicate with me, so from this point on, if you're going to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the notes. If you have a question, I will talk with the lawyers before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If there's something missing, send a note, or we'll try to communicate with you if there's anything that we needed to keep back with us. If you need extra copies of anything, such as the transcripts, let us know. I can make 6 copies for you all. In closing, Let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we share. You can keep those copies with you. One of them has to be signed and submitted to me, by me to the clerk. I have 3 jurors, so I know that you all have been very dedicated. We can hear you laughing, so I think you all have become close since then. That's a good thing. But there's 3 dedicated jurors that will be leaving us. So you're gonna go with Umberto up to my office. We have lunch for you. I'll shake your hand and thank you. It is Grace Rivas, Liseth Del Carmen Meza, and Crystal Martinez. So just keep all your stuff with you. Follow Umberto and Lisette up to the 4th floor. And then you all can go into the jury room now.
All right, to the jury.
Yeah. If you want, take your time, send the message. Umberto will collect your electronic devices. Thank you.
We are now on verdict watch.
All right, we can go off record. When Mr. Tomas comes back, we'll discuss.
Okay, we're on verdict watch. Wow, that defense lawyer, he's not very friendly. He's really loud and frankly not likable, in my opinion, that is. Even when he sits next to his client, Daisy Link, he's not very warming or friendly. Listen, this man was running away. He was running away. So, sounds like she chased him down, okay? And so, in my opinion, she's guilty. I don't know what she's going to be found guilty of, but she is guilty. So we just wait. It's around just gone 1 o'clock Central Time. I do feel that we are going to get a verdict before the end of today. That's my prediction. This shouldn't take long. Shouldn't take long at all. Who knows? They might come back in an hour. Oh, they might take for the rest of the day. So there's another trial that started today. It is a Wisconsin Fond du Lac case. This well, these teens, okay, because this defendant was 15 at the time, but he is now 16. And here is Larry Jr. He's 16, and the charges are he's facing 17 total charges. And these are including first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Now, the date of this is May the 7th, 2023. So it's a few years old. And the victim, Tatiana Zek, she was 20, was fatally shot in the head, and all she was doing was taking out her trash. There's other victims. 2 were injured, an 18-year-old male and a 49-year-old male, inside an upper-stair apartment. Now, there's a co-defendant, Antonio Johnson. He was 17 at the time. He allegedly participated in the shooting alongside Larry. They both fled the scene. So this is just giving you a little recap. Now, the jury selection involved over 80 potential jurors. Now, prosecutors said that this young lady was not the intended target. She was not the intended target. Now, today we had openings, day 1, but the defense waived opening statements. So that's a little recap on this case. So let's just go over to the openings. And remember, we are on a verdict watch.
Good morning. Judge went through a lot of jury instructions to let you know what the law is. In giving you an opening statement, I'm not going to be focused on the law at this point, but more about some of the evidence that we expect you'll hear throughout the trial to give you a little bit of an idea of what the presentation from the state will look like. You won't hear me arguing about what that evidence means, just laying out what I expect you'll hear from some of the witnesses. And what you're going to hear about is from May 7th of 2023, a little bit before 7 p.m. at the Maplewood Commons, which is the intersection of Martin Avenue and Pioneer Road in the city of Fond du Lac. Right across the street from that, Jesus Little Lamb Child Care, Tyson Middle School, right nearby. And what you're going to hear is 14 gunshots. You're going to hear about the impact of those 14 gunshots. You're going to hear from Fond du Lac County Medical Examiner Adam Kovac that Tatiana Zek, 18 years old, was in, and you'll see a video of this as well, in the parking lot of the Maplewood Commons between two of the buildings with a group, and a bullet struck her in the head, and she died from a single gunshot wound. You're going to hear about another individual named Javier, who was across the way in an upper apartment, in his apartment, and a bullet hit him in the back. You're going to hear about him getting to the hospital and getting care, and the injuries he suffered. You're going to hear that his son, Emmanuel, was on the first floor of that apartment, and that another apparent bullet came through and got so close that it was either the heat that burned his leg or grazed him, but he didn't need medical care. And you're going to hear about Keyshawn Johnson, who was in that group of people with Tatiana. You're going to see him in the video as well, moving closer to the building on the opposite side of where Javier and Emmanuel were. And you're going to see and hear from witnesses that he was shot as well in the upper back area, almost like where straps of a backpack on the backside. And that he needed medical care as well, but he was able to flee from the scene. You're going to also hear that Keyshawn fired once back at those that were shooting at him. And you're going to hear evidence about where the shooting came from. So I said Keyshawn shot once. You're going to hear testimony about a bullet casing, and then there's 13 other rounds. And you're going to hear testimony about those rounds as well. On the video, you'll actually see an individual named Antonio Johnston come out. So Maplewood Commons, the apartments, they have these common hallways in there. There's, I think, 2 of them in each of the buildings, and they can go out on either side of the building. And so there's just a door that swings open, glass door, and you're going to hear and see the testimony of Antonio coming out of that swinging door from that hallway area. You're going to hear testimony that another individual named Tristan Richmond was in that hallway. You'll also hear that the defendant, Paris Larry, was also in that hallway. And you'll actually see Antonio Johnston, and I believe you'll hear him testify in this trial, seeing him pulling that gun out down at his side, seeing him raising that gun, and then in the video, consistent with somebody shooting at the direction of Keyshawn Johnson, which some of the witnesses, I believe, are going to testify and talk to you about Keyshawn being the intended target of that shooting. And you're going to hear that 2 firearms were recovered in a garbage can at Tyson Middle School on the north side or back side of the school. You're going to see surveillance footage that will put the defendant as well as Antonio Johnston and Tristan Richmond in that area. You're going to hear from Wisconsin Crime Lab analysts that of the 2 firearms that were recovered, one of them was a Glock handgun. It had DNA consistent with Antonio Johnston's DNA on it. And you're going to hear from another crime lab analyst that there were 10 bullet casings that were found that matched that Glock firearm that had DNA consistent with Antonio Johnston. So that leaves 3 casings left. You're also going to hear in that same garbage can there was a Bersa handgun that was found, and that the DNA from the analysis by the crime lab found that to be consistent with the DNA of the defendant, Paris Larry. And you're going to hear that those other 3 casings, the crime lab found to be consistent with being fired from that Bersa handgun that had the DNA consistent with Paris Larry. You're going to hear testimony from some of the witnesses, and I believe, as I said, Antonio Johnston. You're going to see the video, and that Antonio Johnston was the one to fire first, and that Paris Larry fired almost instantly after Antonio Johnston began shooting. And what you'll hear is 2 of the casings
from the Bursa handgun that was consistent with Paris Larry's DNA on it were in the hallway of that Maple Woods the apartment area where Antonio Johnston had walked out, where Tristan Richmond and Paris Larry were. You're going to see footage then of these individuals on the back side or north side of this building at Maplewood Commons running out the backside. And then you're going to continue to see some video footage. And we have one more bullet casing that is found in that area as they're running. And that was from the Bursa handgun that had the DNA consistent with Paris Larry that was fired as he was running from the scene. You're then going to continue to see footage from Jesus Little Lamb that has cameras pointing towards the Tyson Middle School, and you'll see these individuals around different parts of the middle school, around the backside where the garbage can is, where the firearms were ultimately found by now State Trooper Viss, and then ultimately collected by Detective Henning with the City of Fond du Lac Police Department. And so you're going to then hear these Antonio Johnston and Paris Larry essentially fled the scene. Antonio Johnston, he'll, I expect, talk to you about the length of time it took for him when he was ultimately taken into custody. And you're going to hear that the defendant, Paris Larry, at some point turned himself in to law enforcement. Now, what led up to this shooting? You're going to hear that as I've talked about, the building that would essentially be on the north side of the Maplewood Commons complex, that's where Antonio Johnston and Paris Larry were when the shooting happened. The building directly across from that is where a family was having a barbecue to celebrate a birthday. They had some other individuals were coming over, and some of them were taking trash out from that to a dumpster. So if the building would be up here, they were walking over to the dumpster, dropping the trash off, and then walking back towards the apartment where the barbecue was happening. And so you're going to hear some of the individuals that were present in that group of people, Keyshawn Johnson, Tatiana Zek. You're going to hear from Namarian Stewart. You're going to hear from Michaela Stewart and D. Ray Brown, who were all in this group at the time that shooting happened in the parking lot at Maplewood Commons. And one of the things you'll hear, I'll save that for later. Some of the things as far as the presentation of the trial that I expect you're going to see, you're going to see a bit of an initial response from Officer Royston. Prior to Officer Royston responding to Maplewood Commons, you're going to hear him testify about contact that he had with Tristan Richmond, Antonio Johnston, and the defendant near the Buttermilk Creek area, probably within about an hour of the shooting, where there was somebody had called in that they thought there might be somebody with a firearm in that area. And what you'll see in some of the videos as Paris Larry, the defendant, is identified, he's wearing a kind of a pink top that's very, I think you'll see through the surveillance, distinctive from what a lot of the other individuals are wearing, that makes him a little perhaps more identifiable to people as they're watching some of the surveillance video. And Officer Royston will then talk about his initial response to the scene. You'll see some body camera footage from him of just the circumstances in the aftermath of the shooting, the response for medical care for Tatiana Zek, who was on the parking lot having suffered that single gunshot wound. And you'll also hear some testimony from Aaron Matson from the Wisconsin Crime Lab. And Mr. Matson is going to testify a little bit about some of the surveillance footage from Maplewood Commons, which is going to have surveillance footage of the shooting itself and some of the movements of individuals before and after the shooting, as well as from Jesus Little Lamb, as I mentioned, that has the cameras pointing towards Tyson Middle School, and there's a camera towards the back side of that apartment where you see the individuals fleeing. And so Mr. Matson's going to talk about taking those videos and putting them in kind of a compilation where they kind of run together, where people can kind of see the different movement without having to watch what could be hours of video, and we'll have some different timestamps to show the gap in time as it's advancing forward, and a little box on there that shows the location of where Maplewood Commons and some of these locations will be. You'll also hear from Detective Mylon, who's going to testify and give you a little bit of a summary of some of the circumstances, who some of the individuals are, some of the connections between them. And then you're going to start to hear about the collection of the evidence from primarily the Fond du Lac Police Department, some of the things that I've already talked about, different bullet casings, fragments, rounds that were recovered during the investigation. And as I mentioned, you'll hear from some people from the crime lab as well on the DNA findings as well. That'll be Kelly Thomas, and then on the ballistics, it'll be Dario Garcia from the Wisconsin Crime Lab. One of the things I expect you'll hear from Mr. Garcia on the ballistics analysis of the round that was the bullet or fragment that was recovered from Tatiana Zek from her head, that they were unable to match that to any of the two firearms that were recovered because of what would be considered the damage to the round or lack of markings on the round that was recovered. And he'll testify and talk with you a little bit about what that means and why, based on the condition of the bullet or lack of markings, it wasn't able to be matched. And so you won't hear any testimony during this trial from linking either of the two firearms that were found to the bullet that killed Tatiana Zek, that hit Javier, that hit Keyshawn. You won't hear any testimony because of all of the rounds. The condition of them was too damaged or lack of markings to be able to match. And so after you hear from some of the witnesses on the collection of the evidence and the crime lab, then you're going to start to hear from some of those people that were directly involved, that were witnesses to this, the individuals I mentioned that were in that group, what they saw in that hallway area, the individuals they saw that had firearms, the shooting, things of that nature. And then you're also going to hear from some other witnesses that are in that Maplewood Commons or nearby that saw some things. You'll hear from one of those witnesses who lived in that apartment right across from where the shooting happened. So the parking lot was between him and where the shooting happened. And you'll actually see in one of the videos the move a little bit from his apartment where he's looking out, and you're gonna hear some testimony from him where he saw the individual in that pink shirt that's gonna be identified as Paris Larry by other witnesses, the defendant, and seeing essentially like smoke coming from a gun in his hand. And he'll tell you what he thought that meant to him, which would be close in time to where that casing was found, that third casing was found, and I believe you'll see an impact in the grass in the video that would be consistent with a bullet from that round being fired. And so that's a little bit of a summary of the evidence that you're going to hear in this trial. And as I mentioned earlier, what I expect you're going to hear from some of these witnesses is that Keyshawn Johnson was the intended target of the shooting, and that Tatiana Zek ultimately was the one that had the bullet strike her in the head, killing her. You're going to hear from another doctor that performed was a physician at St. Agnes Hospital that had treatment for Keyshawn Johnson and Javier and is aware of some of the injuries that they suffered as well. And you'll hear from Javier, you'll hear from Emmanuel, and I expect you'll hear from Keyshawn during this trial as well. And so, like I said earlier, I'm not arguing to you about what this evidence means. I'm simply giving you an idea of some of the evidence you're going to hear, the general order of what we expect that might be. And then once the trial evidence portion is done, then you'll get to hear from the attorneys again, where I will be giving a closing argument, the defense will give a closing argument, and then because the state has the burden of proof, then I'll have that second opportunity to come before you in rebuttal. And what I'm going to be asking you to do at that phase of the trial is find the defendant, Paris Larry, guilty as a party to a crime to all of the charges that the judge read to you. Party to a crime to first-degree intentional homicide, party to a crime, attempted homicide, party to a crime on the reckless injury, party to a crime on the reckless endangering safety, party to a crime on the negligent operation, and the illegal possession of a firearm by the defendant being under 18 years old. Thank you.
Okay. So the trial went on for a few days. He did take the stand. And as you heard, the defense did not want to do an opening, but they are doing closings today, and who knows, the jury may have the case and we may be on verdict watch. But one thing is for sure, we will be on verdict watch today in this trial. But at this time, I cannot find it because I don't think the local news are covering it, but they're not live streaming it that I can see. But I will keep looking for something because right now all I see is just bits and pieces of the news. There was a witness on the stand. There was body camera video on day 3. So the witness on the stand was a neighbor of Larry, and she says Larry called her after the shooting and said, I did something bad. Yeah. I did something bad. So we can go over to that and listen to what she had to say.
So I want to direct your attention to the time of May 7th, 2023. Were you living at the Maplewood Commons where you pointed out on Exhibit 2? And were you present when you learned a shooting had occurred?
Yeah, I was in my apartment with my kids.
And how many kids do you have?
Now I have 3, then I had 2.
And do you remember their approximate age at that May 7th, 2023 timeframe? I'm going to make you do math.
2 and 3.
And when you, what were you doing inside your apartment immediately before the shooting?
What is she chewing
Cooking for
on?
them.
And what did you hear or see that led you to believe there may have been a shooting?
It sounded like firecrackers.
And can you describe the number of those firecracker type sounds that you heard?
Maybe just a couple of them.
And what did you do upon hearing that noise?
I walked to my patio door and looked out the
Maybe
curtain.
just a
And would
couple
that
of
be
them.
the first floor of the unit?
Yep.
And what did you see as you were looking outside your patio door as you moved the curtain?
Everyone was freaking out, and the boys were running across the road.
And when you say the boys were running across the road, what did you recognize any of them?
Yeah,
And who did you recognize?
Pyrese and Antonio.
And did you see any, specifically to the defendant, any type of clothing that he was wearing on his top?
A bright hoodie, I'm pretty sure.
And do you recall the exact color as you sit here today?
No.
And did you see specifically to the defendant, Parise Larry, did you see anything in his hands?
Yeah,
And what did you see in his hands?
a gun.
And what did you see the defendant doing with the gun?
He was running, and I'm pretty sure he let off 2 fires, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
And why do you, when you say 2 fires, can you explain what you mean?
2
by
shots.
that? Fired the gun twice?
Yep.
And could you come down on Exhibit 2? Well, let me ask you this before you do that. Does Exhibit 2 reflect the area where you saw the defendant with the gun in his hand, where you believed he fired twice?
Yeah.
Could you come down and point that out for the jury, please?
It was like in this area over here.
So you're pointing, you can grab a seat again. We've got the 2 buildings that are on the upper close to Pioneer Road, and you were pointing to the grass area between those 2 buildings?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, sorry. There's on Exhibit 2, you can see where Pioneer Road is at the top of the image.
Yep.
And there's 2 buildings directly underneath that in white.
Yep.
And then between those 2 buildings, you were pointing to the grassy area?
Yep.
After seeing, and let me come back to, you believe that the defendant fired the gun twice. Why did you believe that he fired the gun twice?
Because I heard, like, it sounded like firecrackers again.
As you were looking?
Watch it, yeah.
And after seeing that, what did you do?
I stepped outside to see what was going on.
And did you make any phone calls?
Yes.
And who did you call?
His mother.
And when you say his mother, who are you referring to?
Paris's mother, Carrie.
And I don't want to get into what Carrie said right now, but what were you telling Carrie?
Just everything that was going on.
And without, again, getting into what she said, was she responding to you?
Yeah.
And what was the tone of her voice?
Worried.
And when you say worried, can you be any more specific?
She was just worried and scared and trying to figure out what happened, what her son got into.
And then when you saw the defendant with the gun with Antonio, you said you saw them running?
Yep.
And where did you see them running to?
Across the road.
And can you come down again on Exhibit 2 and point out the area you saw them running across?
Just across the road over here.
And so you're pointing almost directly above the area in the grass that you pointed to before?
Yep.
And that was Pioneer Road that you showed them running across? You can grab a seat again, thank you.
And Ms. Reyes, one thing that helps my court reporter is she types down everything that we say, and in ordinary conversation, we tend to kind of just talk back and forth, but if we can try to wait until Attorney Tony's done talking, then you can answer, and I ask Attorney Tony to try to wait until you're done, until he asks another question, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
And did you have any communication with the defendant, Paris Larry, after the shooting that same day?
Yes.
And when was that communication?
After they were already gone.
Do you,
Out of the,
sorry, go ahead.
after they were already gone and across where I couldn't see him anymore.
And would you be able to estimate how long after that communication would have been?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And what was what type of communication did you have with the defendant?
He asked if I could pick him and Antonio up.
And how did he make that request? What means did he do it through?
What do you mean?
How were you physically with him? How did you?
No, he called me. I was in my apartment still.
And what exactly did the defendant say to you?
I just asked if I could pick him up.
And did you?
No,
Why not?
because I had my kids. And I told him whatever happened, I don't want nothing to do with it.
And did the defendant tell you why he wanted you to pick him up?
No.
And you remember talking with Detective Mylon about what you saw and heard that day after the shooting?
Yes.
And would it refresh your memory to see a report that Detective Mylon did summarizing that?
Sure.
Angela, I'm bringing up Exhibit 63. It's a one-page document, front and back. The page I'm going to show you, the upper, is page 97 of 103. And what I want you to do is just look at this very top portion that's got the pink highlighting. Silently read that to yourself, please, and let us know when you're finished. I see you're looking up. I'm going to come take that exhibit back, which I now have. Thank you. And having reviewed that, did it refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what did the defendant say?
Come pick me up. I did something bad.
And I think the final question I have for you, have you ever been, well, two questions. Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
1.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Jensen.
Mr. Mogren is going to handle this.
Go ahead, Attorney Mogren.
Thank you. Ms. Reyes, do you recall police came to your apartment on May 8th?
Yes.
And at that time, why did they go there?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did they go there to ask you to identify somebody?
Yes.
And because the day before, somebody ran into your apartment, correct?
Yes.
Who ran into your apartment?
Benno.
And do you know who?
Benno, B-E-N-O.
And did you identify Benno for the police?
That day, no.
What did you tell the police about Benno that day?
That he was visiting and he had just got to town.
And that you didn't really know him, correct?
Yep.
And the police showed you this video of Benno because he had been at the shooting, correct?
At the shooting? I don't know. I don't know who was all at the shooting besides the people they just said.
But that's why they asked you to identify him,
They
correct?
said that he was with them before at the park, not that he was with them during the shooting.
And you did not identify Benno at that time, correct?
No.
Was there a time about on May 12th that you spoke to police?
Yes.
And you did identify Benno then, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that Benno had been staying with you for weeks, correct?
Yep.
So why were you protecting Benno?
It's not that I was protecting him. I just know he had nothing to do with it.
Well, so you spoke to Benno?
No, I haven't talked to him since.
Well, how do you know Benno had nothing to do with it?
Your Honor, I'll object if it calls for a statement from Benno. If it's something else, I'm not objecting. Just wanted to get ahead of any possible response.
All right, so Ms. Reyes, if you can answer without disclosing anything Benno or someone else said to you,
Okay.
you can answer, okay?
Okay.
Well, did Benno stick around after the shooting?
Yes.
But then he left, right?
Yes.
He went to Chicago, right?
I think so. I don't know.
You said that you heard 2 shots, correct?
Yep.
You didn't actually see Priest Larry fire that gun, correct?
No.
You just heard it.
When I looked out my curtain, yes. That's what I heard when he was running.
And Antonio Johnston was with him, correct?
Yeah, he was already across the street though.
Okay. So you could have heard Antonio Johnston firing, correct?
Yep.
So I'm a little bit confused. You said you saw them from your apartment, correct?
Yep.
And you saw them running across the street.
Yep.
Where was your apartment located on that map?
Right there in the corner.
Okay, when you,
Do you want me to go up and show you?
can you get up and point to us where your apartment was?
Right here on this corner, facing there.
Okay. And then, where do you believe you saw Mr. Larry and Mr. Johnston?
Because here is my living room side doors. So here's across the street where I can see it.
So when you're saying across the street, you actually mean the parking lot, correct? Okay. And then which way did they run?
This one.
Okay, thank you. And then, you said you received a phone call from Mr. Larry, correct?
Yes.
Was that a text or a phone call?
Phone call.
Did you turn over your phone to the detective?
No.
So you just told the detective that you got a phone call, correct?
Yep.
They didn't ask for your phone logs?
Nope.
And when did you tell law enforcement that?
When the last time we had talked.
And when was that?
I think that was the 12th. Yeah, I think it was the 12th.
And so we just have to take your word for it that
Yep.
Miss Larry called you, right?
Yep.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Tony, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I want to kind of direct you back to when you were describing seeing the defendant with a firearm in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things you did which is pretty common, but we have to say yeses and nos so the court reporter can type that. And you pointed to this area in the grass here.
Yes.
And you indicated you saw the defendant, Paris Larry, with a firearm.
Yes.
And did you see the direction of where the firearm may have been pointed?
Yeah, towards the parking lot up more.
And can you come down and just describe that or point it out for the jury, please?
This way.
And you're pointing kind of at an angle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, at the angle like this.
Into the parking lot?
Yep.
Thank you. And you said you saw Antonio Johnston or Snoop as well?
Yeah.
And
But
when you
he
said,
was already across the street.
and when you say street, do you mean East Pioneer Road?
Yeah.
And did you see any firearm or gun in his hand when you saw him at that time?
No, because I only seen like from his shoulder up. He was already that far gone.
So you weren't able to see his
No.
hands?
Nope.
So if he had a gun, you wouldn't know yes or no? I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Mogren, anything else?
Just a few more questions. Could you go back up to the picture, please?
Your Honor, I'm going to give her a microphone.
Thank you.
You were just reading my mind, Attorney Tony. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Reyes. Will you point again, please, to where your apartment was?
Right here.
Okay. And will you point to the building where you said you saw, that's where you saw Paris Larry, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then where did you see him run from to get to there?
When I see him, he was over here. I don't know where he came out, because when I came to my apartment.
And Your Honor, if she could use the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was, when I seen him, he was over here on the side already.
Okay. So when you saw him, he was on the side of the building.
Yes.
And then which direction did he run?
This way. Up across Pioneer Road.
Okay, can you show me if you know where the back door is on 868?
Is that this building?
Yes.
I think it's over here.
So if Mr. Larry ran out the back door, you wouldn't be able to see him, correct?
No.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Attorney Tony, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
The state will now have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Hi, Ms. Lamb. How are you?
Okay.
I just want to get a couple things clear real quick. Pedro had committed acts of domestic violence against you in the past, right?
Yes,
And you him?
yes.
Now, I know you said that you had to change the lock because of Pedro. right?
Yeah,
He never had a key.
to the old one.
Right, but after all that went down, he never had a key.
No.
The night that he died, he didn't have a key either, right?
I don't know.
Did you ever give him a key?
Not to the house, no.
Yeah, so he never had a key the night that he died.
Maybe his car keys or the house keys to the house in Florida City.
To your house, the keys that you changed, he never had a key to your house.
No.
And your mom testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said she actually saw him choke you?
Yes.
She actually saw him put his hands around your neck,
Yes.
and she didn't call the police.
No, that's why she kept getting tired.
You're gonna have to keep your voice up, I can barely hear. The answer was,
No, that's why she kept getting tired of it.
She saw you, her daughter, get choked, and she never called the police.
No.
Your children were home, right?
Yeah.
Her grandchildren were home, right?
Yes.
She could have taken those children out of such a dangerous living condition, right?
Yes.
And she didn't, right?
Right.
She just left your house, right?
Yes.
Leaving you in a dangerous living condition at that point, right?
Yes.
Pedro was so dangerous that your mom actually flew to Texas to move you out of your home and get away from him, right?
Yes.
But she just left you there?
She got tired of the excuses.
She left her grandchildren around such a dangerous man?
Yes.
And you said that these 4 pieces of paper were stopping you from calling the police?
Yes.
And that's that's Defense Exhibit F, just for the record. You could have told the police he broke into your house, though, right?
I wouldn't let them deport me. He wasn't a bad guy.
He wasn't a bad guy.
No.
Okay. Now, you killed Pedro, right?
Yes.
And that was in 2022, right?
Yes.
And we're here 3 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Pedro was killed, he didn't have a knife, right?
No.
He didn't have a gun?
No.
You're the only one that was armed, right?
Yes.
You actually had the deadly force in your hands before you killed him, right?
Yes.
And he was never armed, right?
That night, no.
He, according to you, was just going to lock you out of the house, right?
At that moment, that was what was going to happen, yes.
Okay. Because you didn't want to sleep outside, you shot him, right?
I don't want to keep getting hit.
But you told police you didn't want to sleep outside. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes.
And that was right after, according to you, you cheated on him. Or, I'm sorry, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes.
While you were armed, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
Yes.
And this was a man that was so dangerous and so angry and so aggressive, you, armed with a firearm, admitted to this man that you cheated on him, right?
I thought maybe that if I finally told him, it would just get it over with.
Okay. After you,
I'm sorry, I said I thought if I finally just told him that it would just get it over with and he would finally, we can move on.
okay. Now you waited to call 911, right?
Yes,
You knew you shot him? Right?
not at first.
As you walked on camera that we saw in state 16, we heard you actually say, "You'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine," right?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Now, you hit the gun, right?
Yes,
You hit the casing, right?
no,
Knowing you shot him, you waited 1 minute, right? Before you called 911?
no,
Okay. You waited 10 minutes.
until I got the phone.
Let's wait a minute.
I'm sorry?
Waiting for 1 minute. You waited a minute to call 911, right?
I didn't wait.
There was a 10-minute delay, right?
I'm not sure exactly how long it was.
And we just waited a minute, and you waited 10 of those before 911 was called, right?
I don't know how long it was.
You lied to the 911 operator about who you were, though, right?
I did.
About how old Pedro was?
Yes,
You lied about who he was,
yes,
and you lied about what happened. Right?
I did.
You actually found him before you called 911, right?
I found him within that very minute. I called him.
Okay. And you walked up to his body as he died, and you took his phone out of his pockets, right?
I took his phone out to put the tourniquet, yes.
Okay. And you took his wallet out of his pockets as well, right?
No,
Now, after taking his phone and his wallet out of his pockets, you walked back to that Chevy Trax, right? That rental car?
I never took his wallet out.
And you put the phone back in the Trax?
No,
You put the wallet back in the Trax, right?
I don't remember.
You turned the car off, right? After doing this?
I turned the car off after the police came.
And you pulled your phone out, right?
No, he had the phone. It was next to him on the floor.
And you turned your flashlight on over his body, right?
No,
You turned that flashlight on, even though that Chevy Trax would have lit up the area a whole lot better, didn't you?
I turned the light on after I was next to him, and that was so I could see where he was at.
And you did all this because you didn't want anyone to know who he was, right?
I expected for him to live, and he would have corroborated the story just for those kids.
But he can't give you that, right?
Yeah,
And you hid his phone, you hid his wallet, you turned off the car because you didn't want anybody to know who he was because it'd be easy to piece it back to you as the shooter, right?
I never hid it.
After all, even your sister told the police that if Pedro was dead, you were the one to kill him, right?
She never said that.
Now, after putting his phone and wallet back in the car he rented, that's when you called 911, right?
I put the stuff in the car looking for my phone. I had it already in my hand. I was looking for my phone so I could call 911. I went back to his body just to try to to render him aid, and that's when I seen the phone, like a foot next to him.
And that's when you started helping him because you were afraid of being caught, right?
No, I started helping him because I didn't want him to die.
Okay. Now, when Officer Nicholson arrived on scene, you lied to him, right?
I did.
Okay. You lied about you didn't know what happened.
I did.
You lied when you told him that you thought you heard a car peel off and heard a gunshot, right?
I did.
That gunshot you heard was actually your gunshot, right?
Yes.
You asked Pedro as he died, we saw his last moments on earth. What the fuck happened, right?
One of his legs, he couldn't move at all, and I didn't understand why.
But you knew what happened, right?
Not to the other leg.
Because you shot him, right?
I don't see how I didn't understand how he would have had 2 shots at all.
Now, when Officer Nicholson asked Pedro if he was shot, you answered for Pedro, right? Or excuse me, if he was shot, you answered for Pedro.
I did.
You said something about hitting a major artery, right?
I said I might have. I could have.
Because you knew you had shot him and hit a major artery, right?
No.
And that's even why you told Pedro, as he fled from you, that you'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery, right?
I said, you don't want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine.
Because you were mocking him, right?
If that's how you perceive it.
Now, Officer Aguila also arrived on scene, and you lied to him too, right?
I don't know who that is.
You lied when you told him all you heard was screaming, right?
Yes.
You lied when you told him Pedro left the house 30 minutes before.
Yes.
You lied when you told him that Pedro had left walking by himself, right?
No.
You admitted to Officer Rodriguez, though, that you were married to Pedro, right?
At that point, I felt like I had to tell the truth.
You told him that you were together for 9 years, right?
You were.
But now you knew who Pedro was when you were talking to Officer Rodriguez. You didn't know who he was beforehand, right?
No.
You knew his address now, right?
Yeah.
You told him that Pedro was with his friends that night, right?
I did.
Okay. You told him that he was with friends that night, but you didn't tell him how Pedro got home, did you?
No.
Because you actually picked Pedro up, right?
I did.
You told Officer Rodriguez that Pedro was really flustered and wouldn't talk to you that night, right?
I did.
That he kept coming and going one night?
Yes.
But you never said that you were scared of him to Officer Rodriguez, right?
No.
You told Officer Rodriguez that you could hear him wailing and that's why you drove around, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Officer Rodriguez that you had shot Pedro, right?
No.
You lied to him when you told him that the last time you saw Pedro was 30 or 40 minutes prior to his death, right?
Yes.
You lied about Pedro's friend just leaving in a white van, right?
Yes.
A van that officers actually spent their time frantically searching for, right?
I believe so.
A search that only happened because you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told him that Pedro was a truck driver and not into any shit, right?
I wasn't trying to assassinate his character.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro wasn't a bad guy, right?
He's not.
And that nobody would do this to him, right? That's what you told him?
I shouldn't have.
Except you, because you shot Pedro, right?
I had to.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro had a pass, but that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
That's been over 10 years, right?
Yes.
You told him Pedro was a good guy.
He was.
Officer Edwards was actually pretty nice to you, right?
I don't remember who was who anymore.
He let you go into your home?
Okay,
He let you use the bathroom?
yes,
When Detective Danny Morales came, you actually got aggressive with him though, right?
not at all.
You threw a chair at him, right?
No, I didn't.
When he started patting you down, you actually realized what he was going to find, that key to that Chevy Trax, and you tried to hide it, right?
I don't believe he himself even patted me down.
And that's the same Trax that you hid Pedro's belongings in, right?
I never hid anything.
Because you didn't want anyone to know that you were hiding his things, right?
I never hid anything.
When you went to headquarters, the police headquarters, you were actually angry, right?
I was.
And you told officers that you wouldn't put clean clothes on, right?
No, I didn't.
You actually said to them that you wouldn't put that shit on when they try to give you clean clothes, right?
Oh, yes.
You asked them why they were treating you like you were the one who did it, right?
Yeah.
Even though you knew that you did kill Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told them that you got into a car accident, right?
My truck a couple days prior.
Okay. And that's what you told them the bruises came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you even said that Pedro didn't cause those bruises, right?
Yes.
Now, when Detective Janoris and Detective Cruz were getting background information on you, you actually agreed with them that you guys lived together, right?
No.
He paid rent for that home?
No, he didn't.
Okay, because he actually lived there.
Not anymore.
You told them that you weren't allowed to have friends, right?
I couldn't,
And you told them that you couldn't have social media, right?
but I still hid it.
You had an Instagram.
Just because I wasn't allowed to have it doesn't mean I didn't go behind his back when he was gone and still download it.
You had a Facebook.
Same.
And you had a TikTok.
I wouldn't consider that social media.
Even though you told officers, you lied to officers and said you weren't allowed to have social media, right?
I wasn't allowed to have it at all.
You even told officers that you weren't allowed to see your cousins, right?
I wasn't, which is why we had to sneak around.
Even though 5 days prior, you claim your cousin David was at your house, right?
And look what happened.
Now, that was an incident that you said you forgot about, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't worried about that anymore, right?
I never said I forgot about anything.
And you weren't afraid of Pedro after that, right?
Like I said, when he was sober, he was a good guy. He was a monster when he was on drugs.
You had cameras at your house, right?
I did.
The cameras recorded everything, right?
I did.
And they captured days, weeks, months prior, right?
Yes.
And those cameras would capture people coming and going from your house, right?
Yes.
Including David, right?
Yes.
Including Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told him that he was staying at the house on and off, right? Pedro was staying on and off at your house.
Yes.
And you said that he actually had a severe mental disorder because he would accuse you of cheating on him and sending naked pictures of yourself to other men, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. We're talking about the totality of the relationship. I'm not speaking about right then and there. I'm speaking to the officers about years on end, how he was.
So let me ask my question again.
I left him in February.
If you can let me ask my question, excuse me. You said that he had a severe mental disorder
Definitely did.
and would accuse you of cheating on him with other men and sending other men naked pictures of yourself, right?
Yeah.
And you denied that, right?
To him?
Yes.
Yeah, previously.
Okay, but you actually were doing that, right?
At this point in time, yeah, I was.
Okay. You told him that he would stay at his parents' house if he didn't stay at your home, right?
Yes.
And you also told them that's where he would stay if he didn't sleep at his, or excuse me, that's actually a house that you would stay at too. You weren't staying at your own home, right?
The only time I lived there was years before that incident. You're speaking maybe 6, 7 years ago.
Okay. The night you killed Pedro, he went to a friend's house, right?
Yes,
He was there late.
yes,
You were actually annoyed that he was there late.
no,
You knew his friends picked him up and he went over there earlier that day, right?
yes,
And because it was late, you actually told your mom that you were going to go back and pick this, quote, idiot up, right?
yes,
Because you said he was probably drunk off his ass, right?
yes,
He didn't ask you to pick him up.
he did.
He didn't demand for you to pick him up.
Before he left, he did.
He didn't?
Have a way to get out, he didn't have a way to leave.
He didn't threaten you if you didn't pick him up, right?
No,
You actually said that you went on your own and it wasn't, quote, a problem for you to go pick him up, right?
because he didn't call me right then and there.
Now, you got to Enriquez's house, right?
Yes,
And you waited for Pedro outside, right?
at first,
But according to you, he was taking too long, right?
yes,
So you went inside.
yes,
And you weren't afraid of him then.
no,
You drove him after that to get beer, right?
yes,
And you guys were fighting about him, you cheating on him while you drove, right?
as it started, yeah,
And you continued lying to him about your infidelity, right?
yes,
And then you went home, right?
yes,
You didn't tell the police that he choked you, right?
there was a lot of things I didn't tell them.
You didn't tell him that he attacked you, right?
Yes, I did.
And you said to them that that night, all you did was argue and then laugh and then argue and then laugh, right?
I told them before he was shot that he grabbed me by my hair and he threw me on the floor before I grabbed the gun.
Now, after all of that, after Pedro had left, you went outside to smoke a cigarette, right?
Yes,
And Pedro wasn't home, right?
no,
He actually had left the home at that point, right?
yes,
You had the gun, right?
yes.
You saw Pedro, right?
He crept up from the back of the house, yeah,
You admitted at that point that you were cheating on him, right?
yes.
And you were holding the gun at the point, right?
I wasn't holding it, it was next to me on the floor.
And he told you that you were going to sleep outside that night, right?
That was after he threw me on the floor.
And he ran, right?
He ran in my house.
And you fired as he ran, right?
Yes,
And his back was facing you, right?
yes.
He was running away, right?
No, he was running to the house.
After you shot him, you actually mocked him and said, "It's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine," right?
It's not quoted right.
Please, feel free. What'd you tell him?
I said, do you want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine. And it wasn't to mock him. I was speaking so fast and my adrenaline was through the roof. That was a big guy. You know what it's like to get hit by somebody that's 6'4", 260 pounds?
And instead of helping him, even possibly saving his life, you actually went and hit that firearm, right?
I couldn't find him at first.
The gun you hid was the same gun you used to kill him, right?
Yes,
Then you hid the casing, right?
I never got a casing.
The casing that the police never found, right?
It didn't look good enough.
You told police, though, that you said to him right after shooting him, "Where are you going? Where are you at?" Right?
Yes.
But that's actually not true, right?
I said something before, you can hear it in the audio. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
And when Detective Janorz confronted you with what you actually said, you changed your story, didn't you?
I didn't change it, I just honestly was lost.
You said you could only remember bits and pieces at this point, right?
Yes,
That you don't remember saying anything to him, right?
I didn't remember saying anything at first.
But that's actually not the only time you changed your story about what you said to Pedro after you shot him, right?
I'm not certain.
Okay, because you said you had called out to him and said you'd take him to the hospital if he really did hit him, right?
I did say that.
That's not what you said though, right?
I did say that,
Because you were angry, right?
but I
Said that you had to change the lock because of Pedro, right?
yeah,
He never had a key.
to the old one.
Right, but after all that went down, he never had a key.
No.
The night that he died, he didn't have a key either, right?
I don't know.
Did you ever give him a key?
Not to the house, no.
Okay, so he never had a key the night that he died.
Maybe his car keys or the house keys to the house in Florida City.
To your house, the keys that you changed, she never had a key to your house.
No.
And your mom testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said she actually saw him choke you?
Yes.
She actually saw him put his hands around your neck,
Yes.
and she didn't call the police.
No, that's why she kept getting tired.
You're gonna have to keep your voice up, I can barely hear. The answer was,
No, that's why she kept getting tired of it.
She saw you, her daughter, get choked, and she never called the police.
No.
Your children were home, right?
Yes.
Her grandchildren were home, right?
Yes.
She could have taken those children out of such a dangerous living condition, right?
Yes.
And she didn't, right?
Right.
She just left your house, right?
Yes.
Leaving you in a dangerous living condition at that point, right?
Yes.
Pedro was so dangerous that your mom actually flew to Texas to move you out of your home and get away from him, right?
Yes.
But she just left you there?
She got tired of the excuses.
She left her grandchildren around such a dangerous man?
Yes.
And you said that these 4 pieces of paper were what's stopping you from calling the police?
Yes.
And that's that's defense exhibit F, just for the record. You could have told the police he broke into your house though, right?
I wouldn't let them deport me. He wasn't a bad guy.
He wasn't a bad guy.
No.
Okay. Now, you killed Pedro, right?
Yes.
And that was in 2022, right?
Yes.
And we're here 3 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Pedro was killed, he didn't have a knife, right?
No.
He didn't have a gun?
No.
You're the only one that was armed, right?
Yes.
You actually had the deadly force in your hands before you killed him, right?
Yes.
And he was never armed, right?
That night, no.
He, according to you, was just going to lock you out of the house, right?
At that moment, that was what was gonna happen, yes.
Okay. Because you didn't want to sleep outside, you shot him, right?
I don't wanna keep getting hit.
But you told police you didn't want to sleep outside. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes,
And that was right after, according to you, you cheated on him. Or, I'm sorry, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
yes,
While you were armed, you admitted to cheating on him, right?
yes,
And this was a man that was so dangerous and so angry, so aggressive, you, armed with a firearm, admitted to this man that you cheated on him, right?
I thought maybe that if I finally told him, it would just get it over with.
Okay. After you,
I'm sorry, I said I thought if I finally just told him that it would just get it over with and he would finally, we can move on.
okay. Now you waited to call 911, right?
Yes,
You knew you shot him? Right.
not at first.
As you walked on camera that we saw in state 16, we heard you actually say, "You'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery. You'll be fine," right?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Now you hit the gun, right?
Yes,
You hit the casing, right?
no,
Knowing you shot him, you waited 1 minute, right? Before you called 911?
no,
Okay. You waited 10 minutes.
until I got the phone.
Let's wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Waiting for 1 minute. You waited a minute to call 911, right?
I didn't wait.
There was a 10-minute delay, right?
I'm not sure exactly how long it was.
And we just waited a minute, and you waited 10 of those before 911 was called, right?
I don't know how long it was.
You lied to the 911 operator about who you were, though, right?
I did.
About how old Pedro was?
Yes,
You lied about who he was,
yes,
and you lied about what happened. Right?
I did.
You actually found him before you called 911, right?
I found him within that very minute, probably.
Okay. And you walked up to his body as he died, and you took his phone out of his pockets, right?
I took his phone out to put the tourniquet, yes.
Okay. And you took his wallet out of his pockets as well, right?
No,
Now, after taking his phone and his wallet out of his pockets, you walked back to that Chevy Trax, right? That rental car?
I never took his wallet out.
And you put the phone back in the tracks?
No,
You put the wallet back in the tracks, right?
I don't remember.
You turned the car off, right? After doing this?
I turned the car off after the police came.
And you pulled your phone out, right?
No, he had the phone, it was next to him on the floor.
And you turned your flashlight on over his body, right?
No,
You turned that flashlight on even though that Chevy Trax would have lit up the area a whole lot better, didn't you?
I turned the light on after I was next to him, and that was so I could see where he was at.
And you did all this because you didn't want anyone to know who he was, right?
I expected for him to live, and he would have corroborated the story just for his kids.
But he can't because he's dead, right?
Yeah,
And you hid his phone, you hid his wallet, you turned off the car because you didn't want anybody to know who he was because it'd be easy to piece it back to you as the shooter, right?
I never hid it.
After all, even your sister told the police that if Pedro was dead, you were the one to kill him, right?
He never said that.
Now, after putting his phone and wallet back in the car he rented, that's when you called 911, right?
I put the stuff in the car looking for my phone. I had it already in my hand. I was looking for my phone so I could call 911. I went back to his body just to try to render him aid, and that's when I seen the phone like a foot next to him.
And that's when you started helping him because you were afraid of being caught, right?
No, I started helping him because I didn't want him to die.
Okay. Now, when Officer Nicholson arrived on scene, you lied to him, right?
I did.
Okay. You lied about you didn't know what happened.
I did.
You lied when you told him that you thought you heard a car peel off and heard a gunshot, right?
I did.
That gunshot you heard was actually your gunshot, right?
Yes.
You asked Pedro as he died, we saw his last moments on earth. What the fuck happened, right?
One of his legs, he couldn't move at all, and I didn't understand why.
But you knew what happened, right?
Not to the other leg.
Because you shot him, right?
I don't see how I didn't understand how he would have had 2 shots at all.
Now, when Officer Nicholson asked Pedro if he was shot, you answered for Pedro, right? Or excuse me, if he was shot, you answered for Pedro.
I did.
You said something about hitting a major artery, right?
I said I might have. I could have.
Because you knew you had shot him and hit a major artery, right?
No.
And that's even why you told Pedro, as he fled from you, that you'll be fine. It's not like I hit a major artery, right?
I said, you don't want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine.
Because you were mocking him, right?
If that's how you perceive it.
Now, Officer Aguila also arrived on scene, and you lied to him too, right?
I don't know who that is.
You lied when you told him all you heard was screaming, right?
Yes.
You lied when you told him Pedro left the house 30 minutes before.
Yes.
You lied when you told him that Pedro had left walking by himself, right?
No.
You admitted to Officer Rodriguez, though, that you were married to Pedro, right?
At that point, I felt like I had to tell the truth.
You told him that you were together for 9 years, right?
You were.
But now you knew who Pedro was when you were talking to Officer Rodriguez. You didn't know who he was beforehand, right?
No.
You knew his address now, right?
Yeah.
You told him that Pedro was with his friends that night, right?
I did.
Okay. You told him that he was with friends that night, but you didn't tell him how Pedro got home, did you?
No.
Because you actually picked Pedro up, right?
I did.
You told Officer Rodriguez that Pedro was really flustered and wouldn't talk to you that night, right?
I did.
That he kept coming and going all night?
Yes.
But you never said that you were scared of him to Officer Rodriguez, right?
No.
You told Officer Rodriguez that you could hear him wailing and that's why you drove around, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Officer Rodriguez that you had shot Pedro, right?
No.
You lied to him when you told him that the last time you saw Pedro was 30 or 40 minutes prior to his death, right?
Yes.
You lied about Pedro's friend just leaving in a white van, right?
Yes,
A van that officers actually spent their time frantically searching for, right?
I believe so.
A search that only happened because you lied to them, right?
Yes,
You told him that Pedro was a truck driver and not into any shit, right?
I wasn't trying to assassinate his character.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro wasn't a bad guy, right?
He's not.
And that nobody would do this to him, right? That's what you told him?
I shouldn't have.
Except you, because you shot Pedro, right?
I had to.
You told Officer Edwards that Pedro had a pass, but that was a long time ago, right?
Yes,
That it's been over 10 years, right?
yes,
You told him Pedro was a good guy.
he was.
Officer Edwards was actually pretty nice to you, right?
I don't remember who was who anymore.
He let you go into your home.
Okay,
He let you use the bathroom.
yes,
When Detective Danny Morales came, you actually got aggressive with him though, right?
not at all.
You threw a chair at him, right?
No, I didn't.
When he started patting you down, you actually realized what he was going to find, that key to that Chevy Trax, and you tried to hide it, right?
I don't believe he himself even patted me down.
And that's the same tracks that you hid Pedro's belongings in, right?
I never hid anything.
Because you didn't want anyone to know that you were hiding his things, right?
I never hid anything.
When you went to headquarters, the police headquarters, you were actually angry, right?
I was.
And you told officers that you wouldn't put clean clothes on, right?
No, I didn't.
You actually said to them that you wouldn't put that shit on when they try to give you clean clothes, right?
Oh, yes,
You asked them why they were treating you like you were the one who did it, right?
yeah,
Even though you knew that you did kill Pedro, right?
yes.
You told them that you got into a car accident, right?
My truck a couple days prior.
Okay. And that's what you told them the bruises came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And you even said that Pedro didn't cause those bruises, right?
yes,
Now, when Detective Janorris and Detective Cruz were getting background information on you, you actually agreed with them that you guys lived together, right?
no,
He paid rent for that home?
no, he didn't.
Okay, because he actually lived there.
Not anymore.
You told them that you weren't allowed to have friends, right?
I couldn't,
And you told them that you couldn't have social media, right?
but I still hid it.
You had an Instagram.
Just because I wasn't allowed to have it, doesn't mean I didn't go behind his back when he was gone and still download it.
You had a Facebook,
Same.
and you had a TikTok.
I wouldn't consider that social media.
Even though you told officers, you lied to officers and said you weren't allowed to have social media, right?
I wasn't allowed to have it at all.
You even told officers that you weren't allowed to see your cousins, right?
I wasn't, which is why we had to sneak around.
Even though 5 days prior, you claimed your cousin David was at your house, right?
And look what happened.
Now, that was an incident that you said you forgot about, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't worried about that anymore, right?
I never said I forgot about anything.
And you weren't afraid of Pedro after that, right?
Like I said, when he was sober, he was a good guy. He was a monster when he was on drugs.
You had cameras at your house, right?
I did.
The cameras recorded everything, right?
I did.
And they captured days, weeks, months prior, right?
Yes.
And those cameras would capture people coming and going from your house, right?
Yes.
Including David, right?
Yes.
Including Pedro, right?
Yes.
You told him that he was staying at the house on and off, right? Pedro was staying on and off at your house.
Yes.
And you said that he actually had a severe mental disorder because he would accuse you of cheating on him and sending naked pictures of yourself to other men, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
We're talking about the totality of the relationship. We're not speaking about, I'm not speaking about right then and there. I'm speaking to the officers about years on end, how he was.
So let me ask my question again.
I left him in February.
If you can let me ask my question, excuse me. You said that he had a severe mental disorder
Definitely did.
and would accuse you of cheating on him with other men and sending other men naked pictures of yourself, right?
Yeah,
And you denied that, right?
to him.
Yes.
Yeah, previously.
Okay, but you actually were doing that, right?
At this point in time, yeah, I was.
Okay. You told them that he would stay at his parents' house if he didn't stay at your home, right?
Yes,
And you also told them that's where he would stay if he didn't sleep at his, or excuse me, that's actually a house that you would stay at too. You weren't staying at your own home, right?
the only time I lived there was years before that incident. You're speaking maybe 6, 7 years ago.
Okay. The night you killed Pedro, he went to a friend's house, right?
Yes,
He was there late.
yes,
You were actually annoyed that he was there late.
no,
You knew his friends picked him up and he went over there earlier that day, right?
yes,
And because it was late, you actually told your mom that you were going to go back and pick this quote idiot up, right?
yes,
Because you said he was probably drunk off his ass, right?
yes,
He didn't ask you to pick him up.
he did.
He didn't demand for you to pick him up.
Before he left, he did.
He
He
didn't?
didn't have a way to get out, he didn't have a way to leave.
He didn't threaten you if you didn't pick him up, right?
No,
You actually said that you went on your own and it wasn't, quote, a problem for you to go pick him up, right?
because he didn't call me right then and there.
Now, you got to Enriquez's house, right?
Yes,
And you waited for Pedro outside, right?
at first,
But according to you, he was taking too long, right?
yes,
So you went inside.
yes,
And you weren't afraid of him now.
no,
You drove him after that to get here, right?
yes,
And you guys were fighting about him, you cheating on him while you drove, right?
as it started, yeah,
And you continued lying to him about your infidelity, right?
yes,
And then you went home, right?
yes,
You didn't tell the police that he choked you, right?
there was a lot of things I didn't tell them.
You didn't tell him that he attacked you, right?
Yes, I did.
And you said to them that that night, all you did was argue and then laugh and then argue and then laugh, right?
I told them before he was shot that he grabbed me by my hair and he threw me on the floor before I grabbed the gun.
Now, after all of that, after Pedro had left, you went outside to smoke a cigarette, right?
Yes,
And Pedro wasn't home, right?
no,
He actually had left the home at that point, right?
yes,
You had the gun, right?
yes.
You saw Pedro, right?
He crept up from the back of the house, yeah,
You admitted at that point that you were cheating on him, right?
yes.
And you were holding the gun at the point, right?
I wasn't holding it, it was next to me on the floor.
And he told you that you were going to sleep outside that night, right?
That was after he threw me on the floor.
And he ran, right?
He ran in my house.
And you fired as he ran, right?
Yes,
And his back was facing you, right?
yes.
He was running away, right?
No, he was running to the house.
After you shot him, you actually mocked him and said, "It's not like I hit a major artery, you'll be fine," right?
It's not quoted right.
Please, feel free. What'd you tell him?
I said, do you want to go to the hospital? I could have hit a major artery. You'll be fine. And it wasn't to mock him. I was speaking so fast and my adrenaline was through the roof. That was a big guy. You know what it's like to get hit by somebody that's 6'4", 260 pounds?
And instead of helping him, even possibly saving his life, you actually went and hid that firearm, right?
I couldn't find him at first.
The gun, you hid was the same gun you used to kill him, right?
Yes,
Then you hid the casing, right?
I never got a casing.
The casing that the police never found, right?
It didn't look good enough.
You told police, though, that you said to him right after shooting him, where are you going, where are you at, right?
Yes,
But that's actually not true, right?
I said something before, you can hear it in the audio. I'm not sure exactly what it was.
And when Detective Janorz confronted you with what you actually said, you changed your story, didn't you?
I didn't change it, I just honestly was lost.
You said you could only remember bits and pieces at this point, right?
Yes,
That you don't remember saying anything to him, right?
I didn't remember saying anything at first.
But that's actually not the only time you changed your story about what you said to Pedro after you shot him, right?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Because you said you had called out to him and said you'd take him to the hospital if you really did hit him, right?
I did say that.
That's not what you said though, right?
I did say that.
Because you were angry, right?
But I did tell him that I was gonna take him to the hospital.
And you were mad as hell, right?
I was.
You shot Pedro as he ran away and you killed him, right?
He didn't run away from me.
I have no further questions.
The defense is still putting on their face. I'm gonna ask Mr. Tomas if he has any other witnesses. He's planning on calling today.
Yes, Judge, at this time, I would call Daisy Lynch to the stand.
Obviously. The next one is 41.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat, please.
Okay, I'll tell you what I told you, what this is. Please don't speak over each other. Mr. Tomas will go first, the state will go second, and then he'll go third. If you don't understand the question, let me know. The lawyer can always ask it. If you hear the word objection, please pause, and I'll tell you if we're going to continue answering or if we're going to move on to another question, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
I'm Daisy Link.
So Daisy, you were in a relationship with Pedro Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
And you all were together for a long time, correct?
Yeah.
You had how many kids together?
2.
What are their names?
Pedro and Mia.
How old are Pedro and Mia right now?
Right now, Mia is 9 and Pedro is 11.
Back in June of 2022, how old were Pedro and Mia?
Mia was 5 and Pedro was 7. He was about to be 8 2 months later.
What's his birthday?
August 7th.
All right, so I wanna focus on what happened 5 days prior to the shooting first. But before I do, 5 days prior to the shooting when you were injured, what was the status of your relationship with Pedro Jimenez Sr.?
We were off and on, but for the most part, at that moment, we were just in a sense of a nonchalance.
Just breaking into that because I think we got a verdict. The verdict is in. The court is moving around. There's some action going on. They say it's a verdict. Could it be a question? But I think it's the verdict. Stay tuned. There's no sound at this time. Soon as everybody's in the courtroom, court will be in session. Just waiting. The verdict is in.
We'll ask you each one if this is your verdict, and then we'll take it from there, okay? Okay, all right, Ms. Link. The State of Florida versus Daisy Link, case number F2211523. Verdict, we the jury in Miami-Dade County, Florida, find the defendant, Daisy Link, as to count 1, second-degree murder, guilty of second-degree murder. If you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, you must answer each of the following questions. Number 1, did the defendant actually possess a firearm during the commission of the crime? Yes. Number 2, did the defendant discharge a firearm during the commission of the crime? Yes. 3, did the defendant discharge a firearm causing death during the commission of the crime? Yes. So say we all, the 16th day of October 2025, signed by the foreperson. All right, Marilise, we're going to poll the jury.
The jury, if you heard the judge read the verdict, as I call your name, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Keenan Bowen,
Yes.
Ramona Espinosa, Jacqueline Smith,
Yes.
Tiara Campbell,
Yes.
Esther Montoro, Lawrence Vega.
Yes.
Judge, the jurors have said the
Okay. I just have one more thing I have to read to you all. Let me just pull it up real quick. It's one paragraph long. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find faults with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. And with that, I thank you again. Please go outside with Umberto. I have a certificate of appreciation for you. I'll shake your hand. We'll give you back your electronic devices.
Before you do that, can I apologize?
Sure.
There you have it, guys.
Now we can all rise and you all can go outside with Umberto.
Guilty. Well, I can understand that. Second degree. She gone away for a long time. There's no doubt she was guilty. Just her
All
amount.
right, folks, we
What
can go off record for
charge?
2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Definitely guilty. Definitely a liar, in my opinion, that is. Look at her. Look at her lawyer. He don't care. Her lawyer ain't got no sympathy. He's not very warming. He's like a cold lawyer. I don't know if he likes women, you know what I mean? He told us all about his divorce and he don't own his home anymore, and he told us a little about his personal problems with his ex-wife. Yeah, I don't live, but I got some clothes in there. How do you know? She might have burnt them by now. Oh, I don't have the house anymore, but, you know, yeah, whatever. What's that got to do with anything? It just shows you that you have a marriage that had a lot of problems. I just wondering what problems he had in his marriage, because he liked to talk about it. That's all. I don't know if these two got on, if you ask me. I mean, he could be a little sad for her, don't you think? Like, he goes, oh, well, you know, shrugs his shoulders. Oh, well, another one bites the dust. I'm a loser. This is a Florida case. She has been found guilty. I don't know if the sentencing is going to go ahead, because a lot of the time it does.
Ms. Link, all right, Ms. Link, the jury's found you guilty. I will adjudicate you guilty. I'm inclined to defer sentencing for another day.
The defendant is not a convicted felon. She has principles. She would otherwise be held to PSI. I don't know if the defense is waiving that or not, but I would, if we already have sentencing, other than the waiving of PSI, it would need to be proposed.
Do you want me to order a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so we'll order a pre-sentence investigation. They usually take about 8 weeks, so we'll just reset this for about 8 weeks.
January.
Time. It's going to print tomorrow anyway,
December.
Mr. Tomas, because we're after a cutoff date for the clerk of court.
Middle of December?
8 weeks from now puts us roughly around Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving?
So I'll just ask for the pre-sentence investigation to come back the Friday before Thanksgiving, the 21st. Is that all right?
Oh, November.
That's just for the return of the PSI. It's not for actual sentencing itself.
As for the
Okay,
PSI.
So 21st is the next court date for the return of the pre-sentence investigation. If it's back then, we can pick a day for sentencing after we get the pre-sentence investigation. Is there anything that I need to address from the parties before we adjourn for the day?
I don't believe so.
All right. All right. Thank you all. We're adjourned.
I'm guessing early December. Stay tuned, guys. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, straighten your tie up, man. Ew, they haven't arrested her yet. Well, not arrested her. I mean, like, slapped the cuffs on yet. It's not like she's going to run away, is it? But knowing her, you know, she got pregnant in jail. She's got tricks up her sleeve. Tell her to get her hands out of pocket. We don't even know what she's shoving in there. She shouldn't have trousers with pockets in. You know what I mean? She probably got a syringe in there or something. Get pregnant again. No. Nah, I doubt it. Oh, she's doing her fingerprints. Oh yeah, take that one. Take that one. She was like bothered about it. She's bothered about, you want my fingerprints too? Yeah. Ew, she got 2nd-degree murder, guys. That's it. Look at her lawyer, though. I don't know if he likes women. Don't trust this one. She's got tattoos all on her hands. She's lucky she ain't got them on her face yet. But damn, look at those. I mean, it's ugly, isn't it? I mean, my God, what's the point? You get an old woman, they're going to look nasty. I mean, if you're going to have tattoos, have a decent one. Do you know what I mean? Well, she is a bit ghetto. We know that. And her, I do reckon that her mother lies for her. That's number one. Because somebody's attacking you like that in front of your children, and your mother goes, well, I'm not bothered. It happens all the time. I'm done with it. Do you know what I mean? And then because she's on trial for her life, she's going to say, oh, well, you know, no, you either call the police or you don't, and you didn't, so you didn't care because it happens all the time, and they still together. See, that's what the mother said. Happens all the time, and they still stay together. So they were together. I don't even know if Pedro knew what hit him. If she's that scared of him, she wouldn't have said, hey, by the way, to his face, I'm having an affair. Yet she was scared to have social media. Well, TikTok ain't social media. TikTok is definitely social media. My God. Oh, I wasn't allowed it. But I had it. But I had it. But I had social media. She wasn't scared. Of course she had social media. How does she have an affair? Where did she meet this person? I mean, she had multiple affairs. This woman was a do ho, 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 like Father Christmas. And yeah, yeah. He was a long distance truck. Listen, I can't understand this. Okay, he drives a truck for a living, gone all the time. And he's an addict. He never had to have drug tests on his job or anything like that. Was he a occasional user when he got off the job? But even so, I mean, truck drivers do have drug tests. Even more so now, the companies, because they're liable. So I don't understand that. They probably did fight. They argued. If you're on cocaine or something like that, yeah, it can make you mad, drinking, because you're saying the wrong things to them. But, together over 9 years, come on. And then as soon as she got to jail, she still had to find a man. She couldn't leave the man alone. She could not leave men alone. She had to, make sure she gets some sperm. That's crazy. Even in the jail. People couldn't believe it. Well, this is a fucking miracle. How a woman that is not around men, well, other than the guards, and I bet they had to give some DNA. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe there might not have been men there. They might have just took care of the men upstairs and the women were down. So if there's no men in her block or anything like that taking care of these women in the jail cell, then wow, it's a miracle. Yeah. And she went through those lengths. Well, if I'm pregnant now, I can get out of jail card. Mm-hmm. Listen, people, if you plan on going to jail for some reason, don't ever do that. You picked a bum, any man off the street, you just went eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and said, you shake it. Shake it. Send it on down. Yeah, just like that's that's kind of how it was. And he's a loser. Now that poor child, hopefully he's in good hands. And one day will grow up. How was I conceived? Oh, through a syringe. I just told this man to shake it, drop it, and I inserted it. Yeah. Wow, that poor kid. And then who's my father? Yeah, he's another loser. Where's my mom? She's a loser. She's in prison for the rest of her life. She might get out, she might not. But you'll never see her, probably, unless she gets out or till you reach the age of 18. Because I don't know if, I think his parents have, his mother has got the kid and probably has taken full custody. So, you know, probably Daisy Link has lost parental rights of that baby, or soon will have lost parental rights. So hopefully, you know, none of this court ordered stuff. Oh, I got a phone call. I got a video calls. You got to bring my baby in to visit me. You know, any of that, because that's crazy. They should say hell to the no. Especially if you're a lifer. Wait till the kid gets 18 and you just leave that baby alone. Might have a better chance, because you know that even though the father of that baby is a loser, doesn't mean his mother is a loser or anything like that. She could, you can't help what your kids do, right? So he won't have his father in his life too, because I think he's in jail for the same kind of thing. So who knows? So anyway, guys, thanks for stopping by. And that's another one over. That's another loser gone to the clink clink. And it's a shame, really, though, isn't it, really? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? That's a song. But is it worth it? Now, I don't know who's got her other two kids. Maybe her mother, who, God help us, because she didn't protect them before within the, with all that stuff going on. She never protected them. So maybe his parents have got the children. I don't know. But I just hope that these kids are safe and given a second chance of life. But they did say that it sounded like the oldest boy was coached. Well, because he was saying exactly the same as what she was saying. So was it a coincidence? Was it true? Yeah, it might have been true. Some of it. Dad works away. He's gone a lot. He sleeps in his truck. See? Well, yeah, if he's over the road truck driver, he will be sleeping in his truck. So that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean he was never at the house, because he was. He did see his children. So, and he looked like he was there for them when he was home. But I don't know. Who was worse, Pedro or Daisy? She's picking up daisies now. History. Let's not history repeat itself. Let's make sure that these children of these losers get a second chance and don't repeat this cycle. That's all we hope for. So